It's Week 8 of the National Football League, and we'll see Bryce Young. He's been sensational as he leads the league in touchdown passes. It's the Tigers and the Snowhawks, and it comes your way next.
Now from the birthplace of the game itself, EA Sports so proud to join you from the Hall of Fame city of Canton, Ohio. Along with Charles Davis, Brandon Gaudin here. And Charles, we take a look at this Canton team as they get ready down on the field. They come in feeling good after back-to-back victories.
And how about that defense last week? They pitched a shutout, and it's really more like a no-hitter because they absolutely dominated that game from the opening whistle.
Meanwhile, for our visitors from north of the border, they were losers their last time out. They're going to try to get back in the win column, but obviously they're going to have to do that in a hostile environment.
And sometimes that actually works to your advantage. Now you've got to band together.
Lurching closer toward the midway point of this NFL season, and we're underway on EA Sports. And look at this. Right away, a loose football. And it looks like the defense has got it. And his guys will take over at the 25-yard line. They run with a veteran speedster. It's Kareem Hunt. They get him to the ground right on the cusp of the red zone after a pickup of 5 or 6. Here's a 2nd and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5 at the 20-yard line.
They'll give to Hunt here on the option. And he gets it inside the 10 to the 9. It's a good gain of 11, sets him up 1st and goal.
For a lot of guys playing this game, there's no better feeling than running right through a tackle. He's able to lower his center of gravity and churn his legs for a really nice pickup.
In motion, the tight end. On 1st down, they'll run with Hunt. And a nice pickup there. He gets about 5 down to the 4-yard line.
Hat tip to that offensive line. They're clearing some holes, even down here deep in the red zone. And that's a nice pickup on the ground on 1st and goal.
Here is Young. And it's caught. Touchdown. Kareem Hunt, his 4th touchdown on the year. And the Tigers get the upper hand as they're on the board first here this afternoon. Well, Charles, he's still a young signal caller in this league, 2nd year in the NFL. But I don't know if last year as a rookie, if he would have worked through his progressions like he did on that touchdown pass.
I think you're right about that. We're seeing him grow up right in front of our eyes because when he went to his primary read, he recognized that they were all over that. So he continued to survey the field, picked up another target, delivered a pass exactly where it needed to be. A very mature play for the 2nd-year quarterback.
Extra point up and good by Dicker. And it's now a 7-0 game. 7-0 is our score. Ready for the dynamic kickoff as this one's away. And the tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. Leading him out is their rookie quarterback, the young man from the University of Michigan.
And no excitement unless you're on the defensive team of last week in his numbers, because the only excitement he really generated was the 1 interception he threw.
Yeah, no touchdown passes.
Yeah, and his team wasn't real thrilled about that. And they lost the game. So I know this week has been tough on him because he's been working hard. Fundamentals, footwork, finding the right targets. And bottom line, how do they get a win?
Throwing is McCarthy. He'll get this to the longtime Charger. It's Keenan Allen. And past the 40 before he's out of bounds. It's a pickup of 17 and a 1st down. His first pass attempt of the game, Charles, and the pass rush was right there to hit him. But no fear, he delivered an accurate ball. Nice catch.
And you never want to see your quarterback getting hit. But it also sends a message to the rest of the team when he's able to take that shot and still deliver downfield. Showing a little toughness, and the team rallies around him. This could really help them on their drive.
Give him another one right back to Allen. They'll wind up getting 7 on the play, and it's second down. From the shotgun, McCarthy. That's caught by his tight end, Evan Ingram. And he goes down, but not before getting this inside the 25. That'll wind up a gain of 27 on the catch and run. McCarthy going to throw again. And to the right side here, it's Allen. And he'll go out of bounds in the red zone just inside the 20. Second down and 4. Thielen going to go in motion right. Working out of the gun is McCarthy. Trying to force it to Allen, and it's intercepted. And now the rookie's free. And he will take this one home. It's a touchdown. Well, we went from scoreless to 13-0 in a hurry. First, their offense had the touchdown, and now the defense comes through with one.
You can't get a better 1-2 punch than that. Follow up a touchdown offense by getting one on defense. If they keep that effort up, you'll take the other sideline out of this one very quickly.
Dicker down to tack on the extra point. And it's good, and they have jumped out here to a quick 14-0 first quarter lead. Now a timeout called for by the offense. So as they talk it over, we step aside. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. The Snowhawks offense and their quarterback coming out for their second drive. And he's been a real threat in the red zone and beyond. As you take a look at the NFL leaders in rushing touchdowns by a QB, you'll notice he's worked his way into the top 5 at this point of the season. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. They find themselves in a good-sized hole here, and a good-sized hole early on in this game as they come up on first down. From the 34-yard line, here's second down and 5. They'll fake the jet sweep, and instead of give up the middle to Williams. And he'll get about 2 there to the 36. But you look at this defense. Well, they were very strong in that victory from a week ago.
Yeah, they pitched a shutout in that game, didn't they? And those don't come around all that often in the NFL. The ability to keep someone out of the end zone and also from kicking one through the post. Well done.
Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he's going to get this down to the 35-yard line. A big play there on the catch and run. 30 yards. 14-0 the score. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Second quarter now. Toronto in possession of the football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. Option handoff to Will. And he lost the football. But fortunately, he's able to recover his own fumble, or that could have been trouble.
All I can say about this play is that someone's living right. I mean, he's trying to gain yardage, trying to get upfield. Ball comes free. What's that panic that we've talked about oftentimes that you feel when you lose the ball?
You can sense it.
Oh, you can sense it. And somehow he got to it and was able to recover for his squad.
Heavy set out there on 3rd and 1. They'll try and run for it. Here's Williams. And they'll work it inside the 15-yard line before it's all said and done. They pick up 12 on the play there, and they move the chains. Here's a 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line. In motion left here, one of their tight ends. McCarthy, he'll set to throw it. Over the middle, it's complete. This will be stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. Ball at the 6 here as they work with a 2nd and 2. Oh, one of the linebackers has got it. And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back.
And this is where you need the quarterback to morph into being a running back. The ball can't be away from his body. It can't be loose. It can't be held like he's going to throw it. Tuck it away. Take care of it because he's going to run through a lot of traffic.
And if he doesn't take care of it, we're going to see less design runs like that. The home team's offense and Bryce Young headed back onto the field. And he continues to show off his ability to run the football when the opportunity is right. He is the NFL leader in rushing yards from the QB position. Young now after the fumble recovery. Oh, and this is going to wind up a safety. And you don't want to pin this all on the quarterback, even when the pressure's coming. Not easy for them, but that's just something you can't do, is take that sack in the end zone.
No, you can't. But for all defensive line coaches, they're celebrating everywhere. Because what do they tell us in our meetings? It's all about the get-off, beating the offensive line at the snap of the football.
So free kick situation forthcoming from the 20 as they'll punt this one away.
Free kick out of bounds.
So they'll go ahead and accept the penalty. Good starting field position for them as they come up 1st and 10 at the 40. To the air with McCarthy. And that is incomplete. Oh, the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down. Now we give up the middle to Williams. And the running lane's non-existent in this first half as they'll stop him behind the line. 2 yards the loss, and now 3rd and 12.
The running lanes have definitely not been there for him here in the first half, and I don't think it's all been his fault. His offensive line hasn't given him much space. A loss results there.
Looking to throw McCarthy. That is caught. And he's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. That one goes for 24 yards.
Yeah, these are the types of plays they're going to need to hit on if they're going to get back into this game. It hasn't been the greatest of first halves, but this is a nice throw here on 3rd down, and they keep the drive going.
So the ball moves from 138 to the other as they come up on 1st and 10. They'll bring a receiver in motion left. On play action, now McCarthy. And he's going to lose a yard or two, taken down behind the line. And that sack, it goes to Boye Mafe.
And they're picking up right where they left off with the shutout that they pitched last week. A huge part of that, this pass rush. They know how to get after people.
Offensively, good luck finding some answers right now. They'll go play action. Here's McCarthy. Under pressure, and they got to him again. Joshua Hines-Allen in there to get him, and that is sack number 6 now for him on the year. This offense continues to shoot themselves in the foot. And here, another sack.
All game long, we've seen missed assignments, which have led to turnovers, sacks. This group has not played well at all here in the first half.
So 2 plays with only negative yardage to show, and now it's 3rd and 16. In motion right, one of the tight ends. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. And they'll get him down at about the 37, well short of the first. That's good, the completion there for 7 yards. And it'll be 4th down. He's got the leg, but it's no good. He missed it right, and that will keep this a 12-point game. And that's the risk of the long field goal miss here at this stage of the second quarter. You give up great field position.
And that gives them one more opportunity to make something happen and something big. And we've seen crazy stuff happen at the end of halves.
The Canton offense takes over once again. They have been red hot, sometimes white hot here in this first half. They're just looking to add to that total right now.
And this has to serve as a reminder to myself because so many times I get wrapped up in the play calling, how they've sequenced things, how it's run. But you know, at the end of the day, is still execution. Those guys out on the field, and right now they are locked in and really looking good.
They'll try to continue to be locked in here as we get ready to approach halftime. Young working out of the gun. And this is caught at the 20. Touchdown! Jamison Williams, 56 yards. And the Tigers are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. A nice throw there by the second-year quarterback.
And I don't believe that was the kind of play he would have made as a rookie, because usually your rookie season is a continuation of your college days. A lot of one read, and if you don't have it, you just take off and go. Now he's settled in the pocket a little bit more, reading the field and getting to a second and sometimes third progression. That was a nice play.
So after the touchdown, here's Dicker out to kick this one off. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. This offense back to work now late in this first half. And with a little under a minute remaining, they may try to put something together here just to try to cut into that deficit. Here's McCarthy. A short throw to Ingram. And he takes us beyond the 35 before going out of bounds. Give him 10 yards there, and about by the nose of the football, he's going to have a first down. Now McCarthy. That's Samuel, caught left side. And he'll be out of bounds up near the 45 at the 44. So the completion good for 7 there. Headed second down. On play action, McCarthy. He'll complete this to Ingram as tight end. Now the offense going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. Now another timeout called for by the offense as the clock will stop with 37 seconds to play in this first half. Finds his tight end Ingram. Now the offense will burn their third and final timeout as they'll stop it with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play. He targets Ingram for another grab. And he gets it inside the 35 and just shy of the 30.
It's a gain of 10. First down, Snowball.
A final shot before break. McCarthy. Buying time to his left. And he'll just get rid of it. So we reach halftime in what's been a fairly one-sided game so far. As we are off to Orlando now to check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach?
All right, Brandon, thanks very much. Hi again, everybody. Let's get you caught up with what's going on around the league here in the unofficial midway point, Week 8 of the NFL season. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where you see the final score there. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. We saw a strong first half out of the Alabama man and former #1 selection, Bryce Young. His 2 touchdown passes helped pave the way for his guys to take this lead into the intermission. This was an extremely one-sided first half. One team showed up ready to go. The other's been in a daze thus far, but there's still plenty of time left for this one to tighten up significantly.
All right, Coach, thank you, and we welcome everyone back for quarter number 3. Both teams appear ready for the fight ahead, and we resume action here in quarter number 3. And a nice return sets them up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. The home team's offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. He had the touchdown reception earlier, and we show you the NFL leaders in that category for running backs, and he's right there amongst the league's best. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. Oh, he tried to fit it in on the slant, and it's intercepted. And he'll take this back down inside the 20. Not the way you envision things to start out the third quarter. One play and already a turnover.
It's interesting. You and I were talking with the coach, and he talked about how at halftime, as a play caller, he wanted to make sure he got a new script going for the second half, not just the one that he operated off of to start the game. Nowhere on that script did it have that result.
And now this offense comes back out onto the field. And this group has suffered far too many self-inflicted wounds thus far as we run through some of the mistakes. It's darn near impossible to win in this league when you're turning the ball over at the frequency that they have. So here's a 1st and 10 now down inside the 20. Throwing to start the drive. McCarthy. Throw left side on target to Thielen. And he will reach the 8-yard line before going out. 1st and goal, and they got to be thinking a chance to get right back into this football game. They'll try and run. This is Williams. And he will take this one in for a touchdown. Kyron Williams, his 2nd rushing touchdown on the year. And the Snowhawks take the interception on defense and convert it into 6 points.
And they can thank their defense for this one. They were set up with a short field following the turnover, but they took care of business as well, working their way down and finishing with a strong run into the end zone for their first touchdown of the game.
Extra point by Carlson, up and good. And they're able to cut this deficit down to 12. And out a little across the 25 to the 27. The Canton offense takes over once again. Their lead down to 2 scores after the touchdown a moment ago as they start with a 1st and 10. They'll start with Hunt on the ground. That's to about the 28. 2nd down coming up. In the first half, he was held in check on the ground, but despite that lack of production, they still have the lead.
Yeah, and they've got to feel fortunate about that. If they could actually get production from their lead horse, that would help open up this offense and widen this margin, too.
A gain of 8 there on the play. And that'll bring up what looks to be a 3rd and inches. Can't be more than a half a foot. From the shotgun, it's Young. That's caught left side. It's Higbee, the tight end. And he'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage. Got to say, I was a little surprised to see him, Charles, come out in the shotgun on 3rd and less than a yard.
Yeah, but the way the NFL is nowadays, we hardly ever see anyone really run for it on short yardage. So they're going to throw the football more times than not. That was a nice, easy rhythm throw right there, and they pick up the 1st down.
Henry To'o there on the tackle. Here's a 2nd and 8. They stay on the ground. Again, it's Hunt. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. It's a loss of a yard, so it's back to 3rd and 10.
It's now 3rd and 10.
Young. Got his man. It's Williams. And he's going to be stopped here at the 43, and that is not near enough to pick up the 1st. The result, only 4 yards there on the play. And that's going to bring up a 4th down. On is the punter, Johnston now, as he sends this one away. And no one there to stop it. Hits at the 8, but it carries all the way into the end zone for a touchback. Toronto's offense ready to take over. A strong showing their last time out. They scored the touchdown, but Charles, they look up and they're still down double digits, so you feel like just to keep pace, this drive probably needs to end in the end zone as well.
Yeah, and I think the best move for them is to not worry about how far they are down on the scoreboard, but to just remember the last drive and how it ended. Go ahead and try and repeat that. Then you can look at the scoreboard and see where this game is.
So 1st and 10 now from the 30. Throwing is McCarthy. He's got a man. That's Keenan Allen. That'll go for a gain of 7, and it'll be 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd and 3 at the 37.
Up the middle, it's Williams. And they will only muster a yard here to the 38.
Well, they still have time to get him established, but in my estimation, they've got to pick up the urgency here. They've got to get quickly in and out of the huddle and run off a bunch more plays.
On third down, here's Williams. And they needed two. They could only get one. Fourth down.
Well, they're hoping that the second half is better for him than the first half. They've got to find a way to get him going. He's a big part of their offense.
Here's Sam Martin now as he's on to punt for the first time this afternoon. And just a single punt for him in the loss last week as he sends this one away. We'll call it a 42-yard punt, 3 on the return. And it will be 1st and 10 as they take over. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. They had that first half lead, but they have been shut down here in this third quarter, so time to retool a bit.
And probably need to tap into that emotional vein that gets them back to really playing hard and effectively. Because a lot of times we think it's just play calls and this isn't working and they're shutting them down. Sometimes when you get a lead, you lose your edge. You don't play quite as hard. That's what they're looking for here.
Try to get that edge back as they've watched this lead shrink a little. Back now in the home of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Canton, Ohio. From the 22, here's 2nd and 8. As we've got the final quarter upon us, we get ready to start the fourth. And that's good for a gain of 6, and that's going to bring up 3rd and 2. They'll come to the line, needing only 2 yards to gain the first here. On 3rd down, here's Hunt. And Hunt is not going to get there. A loss of a yard, and it brings up 4th.
Oh, what a great job defensively to stack things up. They were committed to stopping the run. They knew it was coming. And now it looks like they should get the football back as they force an important 3 and out.
Here's Cameron Johnston now as he'll punt it away for the second time. Fair catch signaled for and taken just shy of the 30-yard line. The visitors' offense and J.J. McCarthy getting ready to go back to work. And he has been masterful so far in leading this offense. He's kept the mistakes to a minimum. He's been on point with his passes, and he's generally been one step ahead of this defense all game long. Throwing to start the drive. McCarthy. That's going to be caught by Samuel. And he's going to get a solid gain of 9 before being brought down. 2nd and right at a yard. From the 38 now, here's 2nd and a yard. And they'll try to run the option here. And he'll get it out near the 40 to the 39. Only a yard there on the keeper, but that's all he needed. First down. McCarthy off the play fake. For Keenan Allen, that's complete. The completion, but they go in the wrong direction. A loss of yards, and now they're dealing with a 2nd and long. They'll bring a tight end in motion right. From the shotgun, McCarthy. A short throw to Ingram. Those short little routes probably going to be open. The defense, don't let those happen, especially when they can make an inbounds tackle.
Yeah, where's Coach Madden when you need him? He always talked about taking what the defense gives you, but sometimes you have to know when you have to take more. That was one of those situations. And they're at the point of the ball game now where they've got to take some chances. They've got to put the ball in the air and just see what happens. But this defense knows that all too well.
Going for it, here's McCarthy. That's to his running back, complete. And he's got enough for the first across midfield to the 48. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. He's got a man. It's his tight end. That's complete. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. Throwing again, McCarthy. And this turns into a nice gain with a slide at the end. All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's 1st and 10. This complete to Jones. Now the result here, a pickup of 8. Leaves them with 2 to go on second down. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. They come up now on 2nd and 2. To the air with McCarthy. And this is intercepted, and that should do it. Adrian Amos with a pick. Those INTs all sting, but you throw one in the red zone, I think especially as a rookie, maybe it stings a little bit more.
I think what you're saying is they don't all count the same, do they? Right? Interceptions in the red zone that you've given up points now, those are precious. So you have to learn from those and in a hurry.
The Canton offense takes over once again. Now they are really in the driver's seat here, enjoying this lead late in the fourth quarter. The defense does have all 3 timeouts, but at this point, doesn't look like it's going to matter much. We got to have 2 hands on the football here as they run on first down. And now we're going to get a timeout defensively. So another stop, 1:50 left in the football game. 2nd and 6. They'll fake it on the jet sweep, and instead a handoff up the middle. And he is going to have a first down here, and that should be the one that seals a victory. They'll run again with Hunt. And I think this defense knew what was coming as he is smothered behind the line. 2nd and 12, and you'd have to assume another all-out effort to stop the run is coming. They'll give to Hunt here on the option. Bust through the tackle. And they're able to bring him down at the 20. 43 yards rushing for him now to this point. Here comes 3rd and the length of the football.
12 brings up 3rd and less than a yard.
They'll try to run for the first down with Hunt. And they'll get him down here at the 23. It's a gain of 3 there, and that should be just about all she wrote.
I think they like this drive a little bit better there, partner. Running game helping out, picking up some of the slack. Because remember the last drive, they went 3 and out.
Young's going to take a knee here, and that should just about do it. So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys, and it was a bit of a strange game. They were held scoreless through the entire second half, but their first half output, that's enough to carry them to victory.
And that's an odd game to watch, isn't it? Because when we saw the output in the first half, you think to yourself, okay, they've got something working here. They know what they're doing. They'll continue that along. But instead, it's goose eggs in the second half. Fortunately, enough of a cushion and enough defense to carry them home.
So for Canton, the victory means they'll up their mark to 5-3 on the year. And they'll get to stay home again next week. Meanwhile, for Toronto, they drop back to 500 now at 4 up and 4 down. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Alongside Charles Davis, we thank our entire crew. I'm Brandon Gaudin. This is the NFL on EA Sports.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And we'll see Geno Smith. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Wizards and the Desperados. And it's coming right up on EA Sports.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. Kate Scott and Brock Hewitt here with you once again. Is this week going to be a step in the right direction for one of our teams we've got, Brock, both of whom haven't played the type of ball early in the season that they want, both coming into this one below 500.
And you and I both know we're not math majors, but we do know this. You stay below 500 in this league, well, you're going to be headed to the top of next spring's NFL draft order. We're not to that point yet, but whoever comes out short here will find themselves a whole lot closer to it.
Here's Graham Gano out for the opening kick. And off we go from San Juan. Darius Davis to return it. And this drive will start inside the 25. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. They'll be led out by the 12th-year pro from West Virginia, Geno Smith.
While we all love to talk about the quarterback, he really wasn't at the forefront of their win last week, Kate. Kind of took a step back and let some of his teammates shine. Yeah, he made a good mark with a touchdown pass, a bad mark with an interception. Welcome to life in the NFL as a quarterback. You know he wants to make a little more noise, elevate everybody else a little better than he did a week ago.
And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. They get 18 yards out of it and a new set of downs.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
So tough to stay set when you've got defenders doing everything they can to make you jump, and, well, they got one of them to move that time. They're set back 5 by that false start. Now 15 yards to the marker. Running it after the penalty. And he has it up towards midfield before he's taken down at the 47.
Even though that run did not net them a first down, I can promise you this, Kate. I promise you. I know how it works. They're going to circle that one. They're going to remember that one. And when they need some key yards on the ground, they'll come back to that call later.
And they'll get him down after he gets into the 48. 5 yards on that play and enough for a new set of downs. First and 10. Ball set up at the 48. Taps it quick to the receiver coming across. And he's able to work this down to the 41. We're going to look here at the receiving numbers for him from last week. After a good pickup, they're set up with second and short. They go play action. Here's Smith. And he brings it in, but got too close to the sideline there. They're ruling him out of bounds. We've got third down. A play fake. Now Smith to throw. And even on third down, he sees no choice other than to get rid of it. Not the play they wanted. It's going to be fourth down.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it. He was hitting from that distance pregame. Heck, we were on the field watching it, and they were confident he could do so again. Just did not work out this time around.
First and 10, ball set up at the 48. Now run here with Blake Corum. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. It's a solid 7-yard pickup on first down. Now they're going to have second and 3. Shotgun snap for Purdy. His first throw is an interception. picked off by Nate Hobbs. And the Wizards are going to have it after his second interception of the season.
I know he started to play as a defender, but gosh, he looked good, didn't he? Running it back, he looked like a receiver navigating on that return. The way he saw the field, he baited obstacles, and he chewed up yardage in the open space. That'll make those offensive coaches and teammates proud. We've seen defensive players get touches on occasion, and I think he just gave himself maybe a look on that side of the ball down the road.
The Wizards and Antonio Gibson back out on offense. And you can see he's done his part on offense this season, sitting second right now in the league in rushing touchdowns. Motioning Watson left. First down, Smith to throw. Watson with the catch. And 2 yards is all he's going to get before he's caught. Davion Clowney on that stop. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. From the 23. Buying some time left. Now here he goes. He breaks out the slide. Didn't want to take a hit, but he is just shy of the first down marker. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Motioning the tight end now. A give on 3rd to Gibson. And he's brought down a little short. No, actually they do give him the 10-yard line. A nice gain of 8 there, and it brings them to 1st and goal. Blitz coming for Smith. Catch is made in close. And this one stopped at the 3-yard line.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on 1st down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for 2nd down. In the 3rd and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
Gibson. Can't fight past that line. They stop him at the 3.
Well, now things get a little dicey for this offense. 1 down left before a big decision to make. Do you continue to try running it against a front that stopped you, or are you now forced to put the ball in the air?
And again, they stall him out at the line. He couldn't get it. Back-to-back stands from this front. No gain on the play brings up 4th and goal. All right, still scoreless through 1 quarter, but that looks like it's going to change pretty soon. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the 2nd. Back in a moment with more of the NFL on EA Sports. So here he is, getting his 2nd field goal look of the half. Angling this one in from the right hash, the challenge here. Amendola able to put it through. And that one's going to get them on the scoreboard.
Well, he moved past that earlier miss pretty quickly here, Cade. Nice to see that. And now he can carry a little momentum with him to end this opening half.
Bass now to kick this away. Return coming from the 6. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. So here comes this offense for its 2nd series of the game. And coming off our first points of the ball game, they're going to take over now trailing 3-zip. Purdy on 1st down. Legette's got it. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Kenny Moore there to make the stop.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on 1st down. Textbook. It sets up 2nd and very manageable, and it creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
It looks like we can call it about 4 yards in the end. Brought down by Julian Blackman. Battle coming up on 3rd and inches. Working out of the gun, it's Purdy. Has him on the quick hitter. And his short gain gets them a new set of downs.
You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd downs. It's the money down. And nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Brought down by Fred Warner. All right, here we go. 2nd down. From the 41. That one finds Xavier Worthy. And he's tackled after getting this to the opposing 46. Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10. A give to Corum. And he's brought down for a loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
From the gun is Purdy. Into the hands of Schultz. And he's able to reach the 40 on that play. Here they come. This is 3rd and 5. Purdy to throw it. Setting up the running back screen. And they're going to haul him down a step before the 30, right at the 31. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down.
This dude just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, Kate. Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that 1st down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
This defensive battle has reached the 2-minute warning. The Desperados pushing for a score before the break. They've got 1st down from the 31. Now it's Purdy. Throwing the out route complete. And he's going to go out of bounds just short of that red zone. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. To throw again, it's Purdy. Did not like what he was seeing, Brock, and he just hurls this one away.
You know, in the NFL, offensive-minded teams will call it a perfect Friday. They don't want the ball to hit the ground once. And especially on these short to intermediate throws, you've got to count on those being efficient and effective.
And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your 3rd downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
Working inside the red zone. Caught near the goal line. And he's out of bounds at the 3. Oh, nearly got to the end zone there. Now, hang on. Looks like somebody came out after that play a little shaken up. Not sure we saw exactly what happened, but he'll get some assistance now. Corum launches, and he's got it. Touchdown! The Desperados get some late points and the lead. It's a Blake Corum touchdown. Graham Gano to tack on the extra point. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Desperados take a 4-point lead. Gano ready to send this away. On the return, here comes Davis. And pretty solid field position starting out here, Brock. He's tackled at the 29. Well, we've already seen some nice plays here, and we're going to see plenty more before this game ends. But you might be thinking, with plays like that, my guys' ratings should be better. Well, you're not alone. You got a chance to let the Madden ratings hotline know just what you're thinking. Give them a call, 1-844-MADDEN-1, and make your case for who should get a boost. Well-timed strike by that defender to knock it free. So it's 2nd down coming up. Back to the air, it's Smith. Finds a man, Adam Troutman has it. And he's out of bounds beyond the 35-yard line. Short yardage situation here, it's 3rd and 2. Pressure comes, Smith. Cover man is there, and he harmlessly knocks it away. Incomplete.
When a defender can get his hands on a pass and knock it away in any way, that's usually good things for the defense.
Jordan Stout headed out to punt it away on 4th. He punted 4 times last week in the win, and his first of this week is away. No return on that punt. And they're going to be backed up deep in their own territory to begin this one. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Purdy looking to throw. On target to Worthy. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Now we're going to get an offensive timeout. That's their first. Purdy throwing here on 1st. Hits his running back. Gets it ahead, has about 5 yards. Brought down by Julian Blackman. Offense to the line for 2nd down. Purdy throwing here. He beams one deep right side. That one is swatted away. Completes, but there's a flag down in the secondary, and I think they're going to get somebody here for holding. So the refs get him for holding, and that's going to back this offense up. Second and 15. Rolling left, behind some top. Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. So a really tough spot here. This is 3rd and a country mile. Well, last play didn't work out too well. Looks like they're going ground game now. And he's stopped. Now we'll wait to hear what this flag is all about. Well, the negative play makes it even easier to decline that flag. That's going to bring out 4th down. 4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. Ball taken in at the 36. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. Ball on the 45, 1st and 10.
First down and 10 at their own 45-yard line.
Gibson here from the gun. And they'll bring him down after a small gain to the 48. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken. A final throw before the break. Throw came out right as the defense got to him. That's an incomplete pass. That brings us to the break. The visiting Desperados holding an early advantage. Now we'll send you up to Orlando, our studios there, for Jonathan Coachman and the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. It was a strong first half for the former Michigan man, running back Blake Corum. He had a touchdown run that helped get his guys this halftime lead. Both these teams ready for the fight ahead. We're ready to get back to it as well. And to do just that, we'll hand it back over to Kate and Brock.
All right, thank you, Coach. And we are back and about set to begin the second half. This return starts at the 5. He stopped on the return at the 27. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. And it has been all about these defenses so far, Brock. Even into the second half, we're still waiting for one of these offenses to take charge.
Yeah, what you're feeling, these defenses are making every yard tough, every first down tough, every series tough. And offensively, yeah, it's time to toughen up and maybe more importantly, sharpen up.
Good rip on first down. That brings up 2nd and 2. Play action now with Purdy. Finds him over the middle. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end, because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage. He gets to that edge before the defender can cover him.
They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Some movement there before the snap, right side of the line. This is going to back them up. One of the most common penalties in the sport, and the reaction, it's the same every time, Brock. Frustration from the coach as they get backed up 5 yards. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. This is complete to Schultz. And he breaks even, but that's it. Brought down at that line of scrimmage. Brought down by Julian Blackman.
You know, Kate, it's almost as if the defense invited him to make that throw. That was a play they knew they could defend, and they stopped it right at the line.
Here he is on 3rd and long. Connects with Cook. And he's tackled after getting this to the opposing 46. How about that play, Brock? On 3rd and 14, they find a way to convert.
At that down and distance, this group was pretty confident a screen would get them enough yards for the first, and it did. And so long as it keeps working like that, I bet you it'll be a go-to play for them when they need it the next time.
New set of downs for him from the 46. First down throw by Purdy. And he just hucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. It brings up 2nd down. Looking to throw, Purdy. He finds Woods. He's descended upon quickly and dropped after it looks like a yard gain. Tackle made by Jair Brown. Drive in dire straits. It's 3rd and 9. Shotgun snap for Purdy. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
Send everybody deep. I know he wants to wait and stretch the field and use his arm. Trouble is, you wait too long, you end up on your back.
It'll be a punt coming up for the Desperados. And this will be his 2nd effort of the contest. Got 49 on his first punt. This one looks even longer. And his job's done, and it is a job well done. That punt fights deep into enemy territory, out of bounds at the 7. This offense ready to get going again now. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. Smith on 1st down. Completed over the middle. And he's able to get it to the 21 as he goes down. Big gain, 14 on the play. And it'll give him a 1st down.
That's good for A. 1st and 10 at the 21-yard line.
They'll motion him out of the backfield. He's got Watson. They get an even 10 on that play. And that'll give him a 1st down.
That's another second one. 1st down.
They put a receiver in motion right. On 1st down, it's Gibson. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly what he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that 1st down marker.
They go play action. Here's Smith. And they make the stop. We're going to say at about the 37-yard line. It's a gain of 22. And that'll be a 1st down.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a well-done route too, Kate. Make that guy think you're trying to stack him only to drop your hips, cut right inside. Some good work to help reset those chains. First and 10 now. Here's Smith. Ferguson there to bring it in.
And he's brought down at about that 27-yard line. Just 1 quarter remaining in this one. It's their ball to begin the fourth, and though they trail, this game's still within reach. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. Running back sent in motion. First down, Smith to throw. Has him on the quick hitter. And he gets this forward to the 19. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short.
At the 19-yard line.
And again, it's Smith. It's caught. This is Gabe Davis. And he's brought down a little short. No, actually they do give him the 10-yard line. That's a pickup of 9. And they're going to have a first down.
First down and 10 yards to go.
Out of the gun, here's Smith. Catch is made in close. And he's able to get it to the 2 before the stop. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short.
At the 2-yard line.
A give up the middle to Gibson. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Kate, it's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. 2nd and short run, you're feeling good about yourself. But with a negative play, well, now comes a critical 3rd down.
Flush down out to his left. And they take this in for the score. The Wizards take a 4th quarter lead. Geno Smith with a touchdown. Wow, great work there by the quarterback. The play broke down, didn't really have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise, and in the end brought the best call he could have made.
Yeah, and you can do it in different ways in today's NFL, right? The Tom Brady's just recently retired. He did it with his brain. He did it with his mind, but you've got to be able to improvise, as you said. You got to be able to create when a play breaks down. And when you can put 6 on the board, man, does that infuse your offensive group with confidence.
Pass now to kick this away. He fields it from the 8. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The offense headed back to the field. They find themselves down here in the 4th after that touchdown. This game could end up depending on how they respond right here. They're out and set, 1st and 10. They'll start on the ground, Corum. And he scampers ahead and gets 2 on the carry. Eight yards to go. Well, let's see how they approach this 2nd down. From the 28. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. They haven't found it easy to score in this one, Brock, and physicality just like that, a big reason why.
And it usually is, Kate. I love defensive coordinators when they say, hey, it's not just what you see, it's what you hear. And you could hear the physicality of that knocking the ball loose.
Oh, he's out of time, and they drop him. We've got to pause now for an injured player, and not the guy you want to see struggling. That is Brock Purdy, who the medical staff is standing beside. Their punter making his way out now. Blake Gillikin will kick it away. And he finally gets a hold of one here. This is hit far. And he's hit before he can get anything on that return. We don't get a return out of that punt. And they're going to take over possession. They're set up at the 35 now. Putting a receiver in motion. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
You know, for pitchers, you hear them say, gosh, you got to pitch this guy backwards. For defenses, you got to do the same at times, Kate. You just can't always run it on first. You got to mix in some high percentage pass plays. Otherwise, you're going to get hit right in the face for a loss just like that.
Here's Gibson on 2nd down. And they'll bring him down after a pretty short gain. It's only a gain of 1. Back-to-back misfires on the ground, and they're facing 3rd and long. So we're down to the 2-minute warning here from San Juan. Wizards holding on to a field goal lead. They've got a man in motion. Out of the gun, they'll give it to him inside. And he's hit at the line of scrimmage. The run outside returns nothing. The Wizards getting all set to punt. And he's getting the call for the 2nd time this game. First punt win 45 yards. This looks considerably further. And he'll have this fair catch right along the 25. That punt goes unanswered. No return there. And it'll be their football. This offense making its way back out now. And this certainly isn't the rut they want to be in, Brock. All of their drives have been ending in punts as of late. He'll look to throw it. He's got Smith. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
That is a textbook first down completion. Sets up 2nd and very manageable and creates space to take that shot downfield.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. Looking to throw it. Complete beyond the marker. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Prior to 1st down, they decide to call a timeout. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting the first. Football on that 47-yard line, 1st down. Here he is to throw. Smith snags it over the middle. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Back to throw. That's complete to Leggett. And he's able to take this one down to the 25. Setting up to pass. Leggett's got it. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. Now the offense is going to take its 3rd and final timeout. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. This one of the biggest moments of the game for Graham Gano. Ball on the right hash for this 36-yard look. Looking good, and it's through. And inside the final minute, they've tied this up.
These are the moments, Kate, when you realize how valuable a clutch kicker is. When he's the only guy out there and everybody relying on him. And he delivers.
And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30.
1st down and 10. At their own 30.
Running back sent in motion left. That finds Gibson complete. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Shotgun snap to Smith. Cut by Gibson. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stopped. And with 4 seconds remaining, they're going to take a timeout. Looking to throw, Smith. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete. Well, Brock, 4 quarters, couldn't decide a winner, and now we're set up for an exciting conclusion to this contest. Overtime is coming up next. All right, so in overtime, Brock, we could see 1 possession or we could see 3+. If the team who gets it first scores, the game ends then and there. A field goal or less, and we play on, and their opponents get a chance to respond. And if we're still tied after those first 2 possessions, this soccer chick likes this. It's golden goal football, Brock. The next score would win. And hopefully this conclusion will be just as exciting as our opening 4 quarters. The kick is away here in overtime. On the return, here's Hines. They'll bring him down on the return as he gets this to the 33. Here comes their offense out again. They couldn't quite get the job done in regulation, but the home crowd rising now to fire them up and help them finish the job right away in OT. On first down, they'll start with Gibson. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
You know, that's so hard for me, Kate. That's the type of effort that deserves better when it comes to the results. It's going to show up as a negative run on the stat sheet, but that was not the runner's fault. He did all he could to fight to get back to the line, but this defense just kept swarming.
And the coverage just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. Third down coming up.
And 12 yards to go.
Running back, motioning right. Throwing on third, Smith. Passing struggles, bleeding over from that last play. He's forced to get rid of this one.
You know, it's a point of emphasis in practice each and every week, no matter where we go. How are we going to attack the coverage on third down? Well, they chose the wrong play off that call sheet that time.
Punter takes the field on fourth down, and he sends this one flying. And little to nothing on that return as the coverage team gets to him. That punt gets up to 59 yards. And they'll get ready to go on offense. Offense ready to begin this drive. First and 10. Now he gets a shot here in overtime. This is reeled in by Leggett. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the 31. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have third down here. Here's Browning. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Devontae Smith, the intended target. And 4th and 4 coming up. On now comes their punter. And in overtime, this has to be struck well. And he sends this away, definitely his best kick of the game thus far. And he's brought down before the return gets far. 58 yards on the punt there. And it's going to be their football coming up. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. A play fake, now Smith to throw. Ferguson's got it, complete. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, you just find a way to get him the ball.
It's caught, Ferguson. And he's going to be brought down at the 42. Call it 7 yards on the play, and that's enough for the first down.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
1st and 10 now. Here's Smith. That'll be complete to Gibson. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. From the gun, Smith. Ferguson there to bring it in. And he'll have it down to the 44-yard line. They'll come up 1st and 10. They go play action. Here's Smith. Vacates quickly left side. He's on the move. Timeout taken by the offense, their 2nd. And that'll leave him with just 1 remaining in overtime. A counter give to Gibson. And he's brought down for a loss.
These edge defenders in the league today, Kate, they've got so much on their list to do. A huge to-do list. They got to get to the passer, they got to set an edge, and they got to stop that run game, not just on the end of the line, but in that case, right in the middle of the field.
And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
It's plays like that, Kate, right, wrong. Where I sit and judge a defense, I judge the awareness. I judge how well that coordinator's got them equipped to see what's going on the field, and not just see it, but attack it. And they devoured that screen game on 3rd down.
Big moment for Tyler Bass here. It's a deep shot for him from that left hash. It has the distance, and it's on target. It's good! And they've taken back the lead.
A lot of them may make it look automatic, but you get this deep, and those field goals are far from a certainty. It took all his concentration, every bit of his strength, to send that puppy through.
So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And they only needed a field goal to end it as their guy connected on an absolute bomb through all the pressure to claim a heck of a win here in overtime. So for my partner Brock Heward and our entire crew, I'm Kate Scott saying this has been the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody. It's a win for the Wizards as we say adios from San Juan.
It's the NFL on EA Sports, and we'll get a look here at Josh Allen. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Orbits and the Armadillos, and it's kicking off next on Madden NFL 25.
What better way to start off the afternoon than with some football, huh? It's time to get things started here on the NFL on EA Sports. All right, football fans, settle in because we got bragging rights on the line in this one. Kate Scott, Brock Hewitt here with you as we get set for a division rematch. Brock, one side seeking the sweep, and the other looking for some revenge after how that first showdown went.
What do they say about familiarity? Familiarity does what?
It breeds something, Brock. It breeds, contempt.
It breeds contempt. These teams don't like each other. They can fake it. They can say all the right things in the papers. They don't want any bulletin board material. But the fact is, you know your division foes better than anybody.
Just about halfway through the season now. Still a lot of ball to be played as we're off in Week 8. Has this at the 6. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. And leading them out is the 7th-year pro. Seems to be in the MVP conversation every year now. It's Josh Allen.
Just an all-around great performance from him last week, Kate, in the win. Those 2 touchdowns he had played a big part in the victory, no question. But so did keeping it clean, not throwing a pick. You want to become friendly with your own defense? Make sure they don't have any extra possessions to defend. He did his job, and so did his teammates.
He managed 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4. Once again, Irving. And he's going to bring it up to the 40-yard line before he stopped. Give him 9 on that play, and it's enough for the first.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid gain, but it's also a run that you know, and you may come back to, because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one, you really break the backs of a defense.
Allen now on 1st down. He'll get this to Cup. And he's able to move past the 45 before going out.
You know, Kate, over the years, I have heard defensive coordinators say, hey, you got to earn the right to rush the passer. You got to earn the right for me to call blitzes. And when you call a blitz and you don't get home and you don't hit the quarterback, you've earned nothing.
And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
Kate, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
And he'll be brought down after getting it to the 47-yard line. It's a 4-yard gain, and that's going to get him across the marker and earn the first. Working from the gun, it's Allen. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
All right, first sack on the board on the first drive as a defense, and now, well, now we let the chess match begin, the adjustments begin, because we know pressure leads to sacks, and sacks in this league often leads to wins.
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Trying again following the sack. This is reeled in by Juwan Jennings. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory.
Good luck defending that short yardage slant. Just not going to happen. There's a reason this is a go-to play for just about any quarterback in every situation.
And the defender redirects that deep shot. Nicely done. Incomplete. First time this game they've looked to him. So that brings up 4th and long. Punt team headed out for the Orbits. And he's got a good chance to really stick him deep his first time out. Only needed once last week in the win, and he matches that total here. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. And bringing them out in his 4th season since arriving as the #1 overall pick back in 2021, Trevor Lawrence.
Some tough luck last week for this quarterback, Kate. 2 touchdowns, the 1 interception, and you just know the way it works. These coaches love to tell us they always think about the losses. They sting way more than the wins. It's the same thing with the quarterback. He's not thinking about the touchdowns. He's thinking about correcting that interception and knowing right here, he's got to play some clean ball.
Just a gain of 1, and that brings up 2nd and 9. Out of the gun, Lawrence. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. 3rd and 4 coming up now. Lawrence working from the gun. Coverage holds up, and he just had to get rid of it.
So many coaches love 3rd downs, and they practice them so much, Kate. Why? Because they're the money down in the NFL. Whether it's a close game already out of hand, coaches know, got to execute and convert on these 3rd downs.
And some textbook work covering that punt. It is stopped after almost nothing on the return. The Orbits and Bucky Irving ready for their next possession. And he's been used as much as some of their top pass catchers this season. Look at this. He's sitting 2nd right now among all NFL backs in receiving yards. Throwing now on 1st down. Allen gets this one to Patrick. And he'll get it up to the 44.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a 1st down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
Escapes the puck, and they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And that pushes him back. 3rd down coming up.
It's looking like a dreaded 3-and-out offensively, but listen, if you can't keep your quarterback clean and upright, you're going to need some magic, big-time magic, to convert on this 3rd and long.
Welcome back. We're all set to start the 2nd. Offense already out to resume its drive. Allen on 3rd down. Teams getting out there and ready to resume play. And he breaks into enemy territory before being stopped on a huge gain.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
Going jumbo set on this 1st and goal. Irving. And they're going to stop him after he wiggles his way forward for 2.
Okay, all right. There's a little progress on 1st and goal. You keep it safe, you push a little closer, and now you're set up for what you want to do on 2nd down.
From the shotgun, it's Allen. He's on the move. Trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop him. And that sack going to cost them some yardage.
I think his decision-making wrote a check that his legs couldn't catch this time. This QB can run, and he's ranging, looking for space, looking for an outlet. But there was none to be had. No escape route available this time.
They've held him out twice. Here we go, 3rd and goal. Back to throw now, Allen. That pass complete to Irving. And that play is brought to a halt, they're going to say, at the 5-yard line.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep it short like that, I promise you some money will follow. Well, I know once that drive stalls out, that's where it really pays to have that reliable kicker on the sideline ready to bail you out. And he knocks that one right through to give him the lead.
On the return, here's Ray McLeod. He stopped on the return at the 27. Their offense headed back out for its 2nd drive of the contest. They didn't start the game off like they wanted, Brock. Still searching for that opening first down as they take the field a second time. On 1st and 10, here's Lawrence. That's caught by Hollywood Brown. And this one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Tight end going in motion here. From the shotgun, Lawrence finds the in route complete. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a first down. New set of downs for him from the 46. Hits his target. That's Durham Smythe. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. It's a gain of 27 yards to move the chains.
Just excellent effort on that catch, and a lightning quick transition from bringing that football in to getting vertical. He was not content for a second to end that play where he caught it. Any catch he makes, his intent is to put some serious yards on top of it.
Sticking in the air with Lawrence. It's caught. This is Ladd McConkey. And they bring him down at the 18-yard line. That's the 2-minute warning in what has been a defensive battle. Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Lawrence throwing here. Short pass brought in. And he'll go down. Looks like they're marking him at the 11. That one gains 7. And it sets up first down. Here's Lawrence to throw. Dumped off to his running back. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
Well, if they were concerned about losing yards, running it on first down, it just happened anyway. Not many passes end in a loss. Hopefully they got a little more aggressive strategy coming here on 2nd down.
This throw is caught.
Well, he saw his guys pick up the blitz. Well, he felt them pick it up anyway if he wasn't looking at him. But with their effort on his behalf, I think this QB felt owed to them and the group up front to find somebody to get a completion so that effort up front wasn't in vain.
On the move. And he carries it in for the touchdown. The Armadillos get some late points and the lead. Trevor Lawrence with the touchdown. Great play by the QB there, Brock. The play broke down. He didn't have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise. And in the end, turned out to be the best call he could have made.
It is such a necessary tool in today's NFL for that QB to put right in his tool belt, Kate. You know, in my day, you could be a blacksmith. Right? You just do the job and stay in the pocket. Not anymore. You got to be an artist. And you got to be an artist that can create when things break down. And that's big time to get a touchdown out of it as well.
They put a touchdown on the board, and now they'll send it away. Starting from the 5. He's stopped on the return at the 27. They take over on offense now pretty late in this first half. And normally they'd need this out, Brock, but facing such a small deficit, good chance they try to get a field goal here before the break. 1st and 10, here's Allen. That pass complete to Goddard. It's a pickup of 11, and that gives them the first. New set of downs for him at the 38.
1st and 10 at the 38-yard line.
On 1st down, Allen to the left and pulled in by Cup. And he goes out close to that 45-yard line. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4.
Brings up 2nd and 4.
Operating from the gun, it's Allen. Flushed out of the pocket. It's a 24-yard gash, and it gives them the first down.
That is so demoralizing for a defense. You lock things down in coverage. You do everything right on the back end, only to see the quarterback escape, evade the pressure, and get that first down anyway.
And into a sea of bodies he goes. Looks like they'll get about 3 out of it. Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7. Timeout called by the offense, and with another timeout available, they could actually get another 2 plays if they were quick. Second down now, 7 to go. From the 29. This one finds Irving. And they stop him. He's marked down along that 18-yard line. Now with 2 seconds left, we get the expected timeout from this offense. They're in great shape to get 3 here entering the half. Up and good from Blankenship. And that cuts the lead back down to a lone point. We've reached halftime. The Armadillos on the road and enjoying a lead. Now we'll send you across town to the Creative Village in our studios for Jonathan Coachman and the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, we'll get back to you and Brock in a bit. For now, plenty of early action in the 1 o'clock Eastern window to get you caught up on. So let's get to it. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where you see the final score there. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. In the first half, we saw a strong outing from Trevor Lawrence. He was able to take it in himself for the game's only touchdown. And you wonder if this coaching staff will ask him to do a bit more the rest of the way. This one's been all you could hope for as an NFL fan. Just a 1-point game here at halftime. This has been as much fun as you could hope for with both these teams in it to win it.
Here's Parker Washington with the return. And they bring him down, but there's a flag on the field. Would have liked to have kept that big play, but the officials and penalties say no, and it's got to come back. Shotgun handoff to Warren. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
A split second, all that kept the defense from making a stand right there. It's amazing, man. This game of inches and split-second reactions. A nice bit of burst, surge forward for enough to go get that first by a couple before they could finally drag him down.
He's throwing deep to the left side. And he's there to send that one away, incomplete.
The ability to track the ball, right? Ball skills isn't just knocking it away, and that's a beautiful job there, Kate. But ball skills is also being able to track a ball on a deeper throw like that. If he doesn't swat it away, you're looking at a huge game.
And he's going to be brought down after reaching the 43. Give him 24 on that play. And it'll give him a first down.
This entire play, Kate, depends on how well he can separate from his man. You get man-to-man coverage, it's really about 2 things: separation and trust. Because QBs want to throw it before he breaks. That's the trust. And then they got to believe that that separation can create the big play down the field.
First down throw, Lawrence. And he's just going to get rid of this one. Smart move there. When you saw the field, it's going to be second down. They are throwing it again. That's going to be caught by Washington. And he's able to reach the 40 on that play.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
And he's brought down at about that 27-yard line. Give him 13 on that play. And they'll have first down. Warren here from the gun. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. Give him around 6. That's going to make it 2nd and 4. They'll go again with Warren. And they had that one contained right at the line. That was Kayvon Thibodeau there to wrap him up. Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4. Out of the gun, Lawrence. Along the sideline, Brown brings it in. And he's out of bounds inside the red zone, just short of the 15.
All you can do is shake your head sometimes. Sure, the pass play works, but they come up just an inch or two short for the first down.
Going for it with Warren. And he'll go down here at the 16. They only manage a yard, but that was enough as this drive rolls on. A new set of downs awaits them. Here's 1st and 10. Warren once more. And he turns a little room to work into a gain down to the 9. A nice 6-yard pickup. They're going to have 2nd and 4. Lawrence working from the gun. He's got it! He has the touchdown! Great opportunity to find a touchdown there, Brock, and they come through with 6.
Receivers want the ball everywhere on the football field. But you start smelling the end zone, they really want their chance. And they will tell you as a quarterback, just give me an opportunity and I'll make a play. And he sure did.
Fairbairn now for the PAT. The point after splits the uprights. And the Armadillos grow their lead to 8. Following the touchdown, they'll kick it back and see what the opposition has in store. Return starts at the 3. And he's brought down just inside the 25 on the return. This offense getting all set for this series. And this game might be going better if he could have some more time just to work back there. This pass rush has been all over them. Really keeps taking this offense out of any grooves that they've managed to get into.
Okay, I like to say in life there's energy givers and there's energy vampires.
Yeah.
And for this defense, these sacks right here, they're such energy givers. And, man, it's like a vampire sucking the juice out of an offense.
Yeah, I love that. And he'll take it up to the 30 before being brought down. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Tight end in motion left. From the 30 on 2nd down. This one finds Goddard. And he finds space for about a 3-yard gain. Tackle made by Von Miller. 3rd and a lone yard coming up. Irvin here from the gun. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. So we hit the end of the 3rd quarter. It's still just a 1-score game as we resume play in the 4th. First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Right back to Irving now. And he won't win the race to the outside. That run's bottled up at the line. Call it no gain on that run, and they face 2nd and 10. Shotgun handoff to Irving. And this one doesn't work any better. Defense there to drop him at the line again. This drive in jeopardy. Here's a 3rd and 10. Now Allen going to the air. Complete beyond the marker. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. They get 13 on the pickup. And it'll give them a 1st down.
Well, that is pretty darn impeccable timing between the two. They hit a curl route of that length. It takes great anticipation and precision by the quarterback, and the receiver on the other end finishing it, doing his job.
Straight ahead, it's Irving. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. He managed 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4.
A 6-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 4 at the the 42-yard line.
Motioning one of the tight ends. From the 42. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's going to be brought down at the 35-yard line. That's good for 7 yards. And that'll give him a first down. They're set up at the 35 now. Play action now with Allen. Play didn't break how they wanted it, and he throws this away.
There was almost no resistance offered against a rush that came off the line ready to maul anything in sight. It was all the QB could do to get rid of that before he gets absolutely clobbered.
Goddard makes the catch. And he works this to the 15 before they make the stop. As this play ends, we see someone in some discomfort out there. Oh, that's the tight end, Dallas Goedert, who they're coming out to look at. They'll come up 1st and 10. Again, Allen to the air. Caught by Jennings. And he's tackled for a short gain. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down.
At the 13-yard line.
Irving on the inside give. And they bring him down pretty quickly at the 10. He musters up 3 yards on the run. That sets up 3rd and 4. One of the tight ends in motion left. Looking to throw. And the connection made in the end zone. Touchdown. The Orbits down by only 2 in the 4th. Well, they definitely wanted to get that one out quick, Brock. They did just that, and it ends in 6.
We hear it all the time, but it is so true, Kate. This is a game about matchups. And when you see a throw that quick, it really was determined pre-snap. It was great design and tremendous execution.
And he gets into the end zone. This one all tied up here in the 4th quarter. But we all knew extra point was doing nobody any good there. Got to go for 2 in the tie. They do. They get it. And just like that, we're all squared up here in the second half.
Squared up, brand new ball game, even Steven. Who is Steven? Do you know who Steven is?
That's a very good question. No, go ahead. Go ahead, though. Take it.
I don't know who Steven is, and I don't really care because it's a whole new game with both teams totally alive.
Butker on now to kick this one away. Washington now to return. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Another drive coming up for this offense. And after the impressive drive we just witnessed, you gotta imagine that they are hoping to respond with something similar.
Yeah, and I don't love to use the word can't, right? But this can't be a 3 and out for this offense right here. They got to give their defense a chance to catch their breath and turn some of the momentum in the building.
One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. He'll look to throw it. Got Washington, it's complete. And they get this down roughly to the 34-yard line. Offense set for a 1st and 10. Warren running between the tackles. And he's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run in need of some attention. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Trying an inside give to Warren. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. Timeout taken by the defense. They're 2nd. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the first. 1st down, and they go right back to it. And they beat him to the edge. That run stopped back at the line. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout. 2nd and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. They run with Warren. And he doesn't get this one very far, down to only about the 18. Only a yard for him that time, so now 3rd and 9. On the ground with Warren. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Just 1 yard on the run. That's going to bring up 4th and 8. Kaimi Fairbairn on now as we see how he handles this moment. This is from 35 out on the left hash. That one is good! And he drills the chip shot to win them this game! So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And with overtime in their back pocket, they weren't going to lose it at the end, but they still managed to set up the field goal, and he executed the game winner. What a memorable way to win it. That does it for another broadcast of the NFL on EA Sports. With my partner in the booth, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. The Armadillos are your winners as we say so long from Orlando.
It's week 8 of the National Football League. And coming up, we'll see the electric Kyler Murray. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Golden Eagles and the Thunderbirds. And it's all just ahead on Madden NFL 25.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League is on the air. With Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Gaudin. And Charles, you look at this Mexico City team as they enter play here. And they've lost 3 straight here, and it goes without saying, I guess, they could certainly use a win.
And how do they get a win? Because they've lost 3 straight, I think it's paramount that they get a fast, clean start to this game.
Meanwhile, for the visitors, Louisville, they've been playing well, really well. Winners of 5 of their last 7, but losers last time out. Lurching closer toward the midway point of this NFL season, and we're underway on EA Sports. Oh, good return up past the 30. A solid return, pretty good field position. They'll start at the 32. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by the #1 overall pick in the 2019 draft from Oklahoma. It's Kyler Murray.
He had the numbers of a game last week that if you win, you talk about him being a gritty guy, managing the game, getting it done. But they lost. So obviously 2 interceptions, 1 touchdown pass, that's not going to be good enough. Got to get that changed around.
Trying to run inside, but nothing there. Calling no gain on the game's first play. And it's 2nd down now.
Brings up 2nd and 10 at the 32-yard line.
Now Murray. That's complete. It's Travis Kelce. And getting this just shy of midfield, they'll spot it at the 49. It's a pickup of 17 and a first down. Well, the first drive here and the first time that we've called a big tight end's name, but I can assure you this, Charles, it won't be the last.
No, it won't, because when he gets going, now it opens up opportunities on the perimeter because that'll draw the defense towards him in the middle of the field. Now your wide receivers will get involved as this game goes on.
The numbers for him from a week ago, 6 catches, 54 yards.
And he's able to pull that last pass in, but this is usually a pretty tough unit to try and maneuver against. They're in the top 10 in the league against the pass, and you and I both know there's not much difference between 1 and 10.
And he'll go down here at the 35-yard line. 7 yards there and a first down.
2nd and 1 is often an invitation to take the big shot downfield. I bet the offensive lineman said, are you kidding? We just get on our backs and let's go get the first down. They love being physical.
Short throw into the hands of Jordan. Just a gain of a couple there. And that's going to bring up 2nd down.
2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8 at the 33-yard line.
Running straight ahead, Taylor. And he'll get this down to about the 31-yard line. 2 yards on the carry there, and it's going to lead them to 3rd down. They are in need of 6 yards here if they hope to move the chains. From the gun on 3rd down, Murray. And he's going to be taken down. Pressure gets there back at the 39-yard line. Looks like a 9-yard loss, and it also brings up 4th.
Partner, you know what I'm going to say before I even say it.
Yeah, you just cannot take a sack in that spot.
You're exactly right. You can't take a sack in that spot. Potentially now, a 3-point swing right there.
So on 4th down, here's Johnny Hecker to punt it away. And just a single punt for him in the loss last week as he sends this one away. So out comes the offense now with a long field ahead of him. Commanding the offense will be the highly touted USC product, Sam Darnold.
And he's still been looking for that one situation to allow all of his talents to come together. He's hoping that he found it here. Plenty of playmakers on the outside and a team that's willing to run the football to let his talent shine.
Off of play action, Darnold. That's complete. It's Brandon Ayuk. And he gets this one just shy of the 35 to the 34. 23 yards, the final tally.
And a Louisville first down.
They'll fake the handoff. Now Darnold. And that's to the left sideline and incomplete. When you look at this defense, they've been pretty good against the pass. Not amazing, but good. Number 13 in the league.
So I'm prepping for this game. I kept asking myself the question, what's keeping this group from being top 10 in the league against the pass?
And
Too many mistakes, especially little mistakes. And those add up into big mistakes. Big mistakes add up into points against you.
a 4-receiver set here, 3rd and 5. Now it's Darnold. That is caught. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. 12 yards there as they keep this drive rolling. It's another first down.
Well, from their point of view, this game could not be starting out much better, could it? Force a punt on defense, and now they're moving it crisply on offense.
Crisply, I like that.
You like
yeah,
that?
yeah, moving it very, very well. Looks like the defense on their heels a little bit. You put a score in here, long way to go, but you're right, that's a heck of a start.
Yeah, and I think this is where the play caller is looking at his play sheet and saying, do I have that dagger play? Do I have that play and just finish them off right now? Because I think they'd love to gain that big advantage early.
So from just across the midfield stripe, here's 2nd and 9. Back to throw, Darnold. He's got this complete to Ayuk on the out route. And he'll go down inside the 45 before going out of bounds. To the air again, Darnold. Work in the middle of the field, and he's got a man complete. And he's going to be brought down on what will be the final play of this first quarter. No score after 1 on EA Sports. Ready for the second quarter, and it's our visitors with the football as they've got it with a 1st and 10. Darnold. That one tipped, and it's incomplete. But good hands there defensively. And 2nd down. Faking the give, Darnold. Oh, it's intercepted. A drive killer there. And they will take over at the 26-yard line. And when I looked down, he was kind of shaking his head right after he threw that pass. What did you see?
Well, from a defense's perspective, anytime you have your eyes back towards the quarterback, you're in a position to make a play on the ball, whether it's a big-time play by you or an overthrow by the quarterback. You have a much better opportunity.
The Golden Eagles offense and their quarterback coming out for their 2nd drive. And his ability to use his legs has given the defense fits when trying to game plan. He's currently 2nd in the NFL in rushing yards by a QB. The offense now at the line, ready for their next drive. After the turnover, here's Murray. Good coverage downfield led to him taking off, picking up the first down on a 13-yard run.
That's the first time he's called his own number, but he's got to be overjoyed with the results. He wasn't just going to settle for a modest gain. To me, he was determined to come through with a big message to a defense that slept on him in the pocket.
A quick throw, but incomplete. He was out there waving his arms saying, throw it here, dropped it, not a good look.
Well, all I can do is just look at him with contempt on that one. As a defensive back, I'm saying, not as an announcer. Just like, really?
A little bit of a diva look, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, because I think what happens is he just had too much time to think. He's wide open now. Here comes the ball, and he doesn't concentrate and drops it.
Brings up 3rd and 3.
Here's Murray. Able to find the open man. That's complete. And they're well past midfield, just a yard or two shy of the 40. 12 yards there as they keep this drive rolling. It's another first down.
We always hear about the connections some quarterbacks have with certain receivers. I think this guy has a connection with just about everyone. Didn't mind throwing it in there against double coverage to him.
Shows some confidence, supreme confidence.
Big-time confidence that he would make the play for him, and he did.
1st and 10, Taylor now. 5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5. at the 37-yard line.
On play action, it's Murray. And that one too far in front. He couldn't reel it in. It's incomplete. Just a little beyond the reach there of his receiver. That's probably one he wishes he had back.
He wishes it had been 7-on-7 in practice, or maybe even routes versus air, because that's a completion he makes, 9.9 times out of 10? Just missed that one.
Third catch of this first half for him, and this one is a first down.
First down. First and 10 at the 23-yard line.
They give to Taylor out of the gun. And he still has yet to get on track in this first half as they're going to stop him behind the line. Give all that credit defensively to Khalil Mack. A great stop in the backfield. So a step in the wrong direction. Now they'll look to make amends on 2nd and 14. Here's Murray. Complete. Jefferson the target. Call it a gain of 6 on the play, and that's going to set up a tough 3rd and 9. They don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway. Murray now. He's got his target. That's complete. And he is out of bounds right around the 10-yard line. Back-to-back receptions for him, and it's another first down.
That's a sharp throw right there on 3rd down. They're looking to get the first points of the game, and they certainly don't want it to be on a field goal. So that's a nice job to get the hook up and set up a 1st and goal.
2 minutes on the clock in what's been a scoreless first half. From the 10, 1st and goal. Throwing now is Murray. That's caught. Left side, it's Burks. A gain of 7 that time. 2nd and goal.
Brings up 2nd and goal at the 3-yard line.
Murray now to throw. And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down. Leo Chanel. He brought the pressure on the blitz, and he gets there for a loss of 12.
When you're this close to the goal line, you got to expect pressure from the defense, so the ball's got to come out fast. Got to get out of his hands quicker.
Third and goal, and still a long way from the end zone. Murray going to throw. And pressure coming, and they got him once again. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 37 seconds to play in this first half.
A 39-yard attempt.
The kick by Pinheiro is good. And we have action on the scoreboard just before halftime. It's 3-0. So, Charles, they get to them with their first turnover of the game and then make it hurt a little bit extra with a field goal.
And anytime you give the ball up, what's the first thing a coach tells his defense? Don't let them score off of this. You've got to put out the fire. In fact, in 2021, that's what one NFL coach termed his defense. The firemen. Go out there, guys, and don't let them put some points on the board.
One final go for this offense here in this first half. With his slim deficit closing in on the end of the first half, we'll see if they can move this at least into field goal range and try to get 3 out of this drive. This to the sideline and over everybody. Incomplete. No flags forthcoming, though. Maybe a break there. That looked like a clear throwaway to me. Here's Darnold. That's caught by Ayuk on the slant. Now another timeout called for by the offense as the clock will stop with 21 seconds to go here in the first half. Here comes 3rd and about a foot. To throw is Darnold. Under pressure, and down he goes. Now the defense going to use the first of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside. On 4th down, Ryan Stonehouse on to punt. And deep to return it is Marcus Jones. And he punted 3 times in the loss last week as he sends this one away. We'll call that a 49-yard punt with a return of just 2. And control of the football switching hands with very little time remaining until the half. And they're just going to run it here up the middle. And he'll just push his way forward for a few as the clock will run. So we've hit halftime, just a field goal separating these two teams at the break. As we send you up to Orlando to check in with Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Brandon, thanks very much. Hi again, everybody. Let's get you caught up with what's going on around the league here in the unofficial midway point, Week 8 of the NFL season. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. If you missed the first half, there's not much to get you caught up on. Just the lone field goal accounting for the entirety of the scoring. A 3-0. At this point, as both defenses have been strong so far.
And they'll get him down inside the 30 at the 27. This offense ready to go to begin this third quarter. And they're still very much in this game, although they do trail. What's the game plan, Charles, for the second half?
It might be a little counterintuitive because most people will think losing equals passing the ball more, but I'd establish the running game. They kind of went away from it in the first half. I think if they get back in balance, it'll help them when they put the ball back in the air. You get the sense that they're saying we're not playing up to what we're capable of, and we're deep enough into the game that the early jitters are long gone, that they should now have some sense of continuity and be able to make some of these plays that they have not been doing so far.
And he's taken down but able to slip across the 35. 11 yards there, first down. And they'll keep on the ground with Jones. And he takes this up right near the 45-yard line. A solid run on first down. Gain of 7 leaves him with a 2nd and 3. Play action. It's Darnold. Drops it to Jones in the flat. 2 yards on the pickup there. And it'll leave him with 3rd and a full yard to go. So they just need 1 yard here to pick up the first down. They'll try and run for it with Jones. And, boy, he is very close to a first down, but from where they're spotting that football, he's going to be a foot or so short.
I have to think a major focus of the halftime meetings had to be figuring out how to create space for the running game to get operating.
Well, what you pointed out to me at half seems accurate. That line has struggled to sustain blocks.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally. They've got to focus on staying on their double teams at the first level, make sure that block's secured before they slide off and try and chip someone at the second level.
And the kick's away as he angles this one for the sideline. No returning this one. It sails out of bounds, and they'll spot it right at the 20. The Golden Eagles offense and Kyler Murray headed back out onto the field. And he continues to be a nightmare for teams to defend in the red zone. You see the graphic. He's 2nd in the NFL in terms of rushing touchdowns by a quarterback. They'll start by running the option to the right. And not much room there, so get it up only to about the 21. Only a yard on the keeper, and it'll be 2nd down. Up the middle, here's Taylor. And only a couple there up to about the 23-yard line.
I'd say they've got to find a way to get him going. He's such a big part of their offense. I wonder if they might throw it a little and come back to the run.
Anything, because you're right. He's pretty much been completely neutralized. And he'll find Pittman. And they get him down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. Pittman's first catch, good for a first down.
Whenever we talk about moving the sticks and controlling the football, there's a great example right there. Those are the third downs you need to convert to win football games. We're in the third quarter of this one, and this is a tight one. In order to maintain pace, keep the ball away from the other team, and put points on the board, those are the plays they need to continue to convert.
And his throw here is going to be incomplete.
I see the surprise in your face there, partner. That is a rare incompletion from him. He's been on point this entire game.
He has percentage completion-wise way up, not that time. From the gun, it's Taylor. And he'll take this for about 4 up to the 46-yard line.
Sometimes with the running game, you've just got to stick with it. Look, it's the third quarter, no time to panic. But that also doesn't mean you just do it the same way you've been doing it the entire ball game. Maybe change up some blocking assignments or run a few different plays, but stay with the overall essence of the running game.
And he maybe makes it back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. Call it no gain there, and it leads to a 4th down. Now, they struggled to get him rolling on the ground in the first half, and that's sort of continuing here in the third quarter.
Yeah, but I don't think it's time to abandon the running game. I would say keep feeding the horse, and I believe he'll eventually reward them, especially as we get deeper in the game.
On is the punter, Hecker, as he gets this one away. And well done here. That one will kick out of bounds at about the 8-yard line. And the Louisville offense back out now. And here we are almost through 3 quarters of play, and this passing game still has not really found any kind of rhythm.
Put it mildly, because they're not even over 100 yards yet. And in today's NFL, where it's a pass-first league, that is quite surprising. Not many teams patient enough to stick with the run. Everybody wants to advance the ball through the air. They've got to get their timing back.
Now a first down carry by Jones. And he'll get about 6 up to the 27-yard line.
Well, I think after that run, the defense get back in the huddle and looking at each other and maybe starting to question their confidence a bit. They gave up a significant run, 6 yards, and now you're saying to yourself, how do we stop them, and do I have enough confidence to make a play?
And he'll go down, and that will do it for the third quarter of action. 3 quarters have come and gone. This is the National Football League on EA Sports. Back now in Mexico City. It's been a very hotly contested game to this point. Just a field goal separating these two teams as we get set for the fourth quarter. An inside give to Jones. Nowhere to go that time. He maybe got a yard up to the 40. They work now on 2nd and 9. They'll go again to Jones. And they get to him after a gain of 6 to the 46.
This drive is turning into an extended one, and the guy carrying the ball, he's becoming more like a body blows guy. Every carry is putting some damage on the defense. So after a while, I'm not too sure how many.
And he can't find anywhere to go with it, and it goes down. Multiple defenders getting to him there for a huge loss.
Okay, I'm not sure you could actually draw a better pass rush than that one right there. Nowhere to go outside. He had to keep backing up and backing up and backing up. Eventually dropped for a huge loss.
Here's Ryan Stonehouse now as he's on here to punt it away. Here's Jones. He can't get him down. Officially, that'll go as a 52-yard punt. Not too shabby. And they will take over 1st and 10. Now this offense back out and set to go for their next drive. Their defense got the stop, forced the punt, and now you really start to monitor the clock as they nurse this slim lead. In motion, the tight end, Kelsey. Out of the gun, here's Murray. He'll find a man over the middle. It's Pittman. And he'll go down at the 26 following a gain of 6. From the 26, they'll line up on 2nd and 4. Now a give to Taylor. And running room scarce here. He's going to be stopped in his tracks at the line of scrimmage. This a big play for both sides. What will we see here? 3rd and 4. Here's Murray as he sets to throw it. They'll set up the screen to Taylor. And I don't think he got there. No. He's short by maybe a foot, maybe. Call it 4th and inches.
Good reactions there defensively. That screen was a little slow in developing, and they shut that one down with little gain.
So they're forced to punt on 4th as this one's away. Fielded at about the 28. Following the punt return here, there's someone shaken up. Well, now they're going to come out and take a look at this injury, and we'll be back in a moment. The offense back out there at the line, ready for their next drive. I tell you what, it's kind of hard to imagine. They have not scored a single point, and yet they're in this position, a touchdown drive here, and they're in the lead.
Normally, when you have 0 on your side of the ledger on the scoreboard, you're a little bit discouraged. But when they look over and see their opponents, they don't see a number that's way out there. They don't see a number they can't attain. In fact, they can get it right here on this drive and potentially take the lead.
Under pressure now, Darnold, and he goes down. Peyton Turner able to record his 5th sack of the season.
Okay, you know my bias is about to come out here. A lot of people think that the offense is just moving in the wrong direction. I'd say they're moving in the right direction because the defense is pushing them back.
Former defensive guy. Now, as a quarterback, 3rd and long, you really got to rally the troops here, don't you?
Yeah, you do in a big way. And what else do you have to look out for? More pressure coming at you because it seems to be working pretty well.
Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. Dancing, and he can't get a throw off. He's taken down. What a huge play at this point in the game. So it's our visitors with a football as we get you reset. And they've got a 4th down now in a game that, to be honest, has been pretty much everything we could have asked for. And it's knocked away and incomplete. They had to go for it with such little time remaining, and the ball will go over on downs on the short side of the field. So now it may look bleak, but this one not over. They do have all 3 timeouts.
Even at this point on the field, where it looks like, you're really backed up, hold them to a field goal. That's the mantra right now. You hold them to a field goal, you still got a chance to take care of business on the other end. But you're right, the 3 timeouts are going to be key. How well they use them to preserve clock as well as stopping them, that's the key to giving them a chance to win.
And whistles, and we're going to have another stoppage of play as they call the timeout on defense with 1:53 left. You'd have to think likely another running play coming here, 2nd and 11. He's going to get it again, just looking to get forward and protect the ball. Now a 2nd timeout called for by the defense as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. To throw is Murray. Now this will be swung out wide for Taylor. And they're going to get him down well short of the 1st as he can only get this to about the 19. A big one coming for kicker Eddie Pinheiro. This to swell the lead to 6. This is up and good from Pinheiro. So the starting field position was terrific following the surprising turnover on downs, but the end result, only 3 points.
Simply stated, I think you have to look at that as a missed opportunity.
After the field goal, on to kick it away is Pinheiro. He takes this near the 25, just a little pass there, call it the 26. The Thunderbirds offense had Aaron Jones headed back onto the field. And he's had his fair share of troubles in this one, unfortunately. This defensive front has wreaked havoc throughout the contest, and he hasn't been able to create enough space to make something positive happen to this point. Here's 1st and 10. Darnold. Got a man, that's Ayuk. And he's going to get a good gain of 9 here up to the 34. Here's 2nd down. Now Darnold.
Now we're in the situation where the quarterback's got to take full charge of his huddle. Got to totally command and make sure all eyes are on him. All focus is locked in. Going to call multiple plays and go over different situations and scenarios to make sure everyone is on the same page.
And he'll be taken down, but he does have first down yardage. Darnold to throw. Complete, Valdez-Scantling. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. Here's Darnold.
Whew, that's certainly not the worst thing. It stops the clock and lets your offense catch its breath and lets us exhale a little bit. Now I expect them to call a couple plays in the huddle, so they're ready if a tackle happens inbounds.
Now Darnold. Now throw right side here, going to be incomplete. A couple extra defensive backs out there in the dime, and because of that, really not many places to throw the football, if any.
And typically, what would you want to do against that dime?
Run the football.
You want to run the ball, but you can't do it in this situation. Not nearly enough time on the clock. You're having to really navigate against a tough defense presented against you.
And he's got this down a yard or two shy of the 40 before he's out of bounds.
It certainly feels like there are more stars at the tight end position than there were even 10 years ago. And I think it's become more of a glamour position because of the ways it can hurt a defense, and guys want to be involved. They can be in line, close to the line of scrimmage. They can split out like receivers. But hands, route running, speed, and some toughness to go across the middle, you put it all together, you got a heck of a tight end candidate.
Down to a knee goes Murray, as that will just about wrap this thing up. So plenty of smiles for the folks here as they head for the exits. It's a victory for their hometown guys, and not all W's are created equal, CD, and this one came in shutout fashion.
Well, their offense certainly didn't need to do anything, right? They could take the day off, and they did. But the defense, they carried them in a big way.
Yeah, look, the offense, obviously stuff to work on, but they did enough, and the defense carried the load.
But you know what they say, it's always fun to work on things if it didn't go well in your game with a victory in your pocket, and that's what they've got going forward.
So for Mexico City, they pick up their second win now on the year, and they will hit the road next week. Meanwhile, for Louisville, they'll fall to 5-3 with a loss, and they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week. And for Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports.
It's the National Football League on EA Sports. And if it's in the game, it's in the game. It's the Bisons and the Condors. And it kicks off next on Madden NFL 25.
It is time for football as we welcome you to another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks for having us in, Mike Tirico, along with Greg Olson, partner. This should be a good one here in the month of October. Got a couple of teams playing good football to get this season going.
And all offseason, Mike, coaches and teams, they talk about the importance of starting the season strong. And here in this matchup for early in the year, we have our first look at two teams that have started off strong. They're playing winning football. They're starting to really understand what their identity is as a team. And for this stage of the season, this is what...
All right, we're just about set for football. The crowd is definitely ready. So are we. Off we go on EA Sports. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. So the visitors ready to go on offense here for the first time. They are led by the former Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU, Jaden Daniels.
I think when you go back and watch last week's game, Mike, I think two things were at play. Number one, let's give credit to the defense. I think they did a nice job of identifying some of the easy layups we've seen this quarterback hit from a week-to-week basis. They took it away.
Oh, what an inauspicious start. It's intercepted. And he's going to give his offense a short field to work with as they look for their first points of the game.
An opening play call like that, Mike, has exactly one goal. Let's connect on something early and quiet this home crowd. But all they did was energize them. I mean, listen to this place after that interception. They're feeding into it. They're giving this offense extra momentum as they now take the field.
This crowd ready in anticipation, their offense taking the field for the first time. And leading them out, their quarterback. It's Jalen Hurts.
You think back to last week and what was really a pretty bland game. He didn't do a ton that was overly exciting, but his team was still able to come out with a win. I think that's really a testament to this roster that they have built. Yes, you're going to need your quarterback to play good ball as the season progresses, but in the meantime, they are good enough around him that as he continues to find his way, this is still a tough team to match up with.
So after the loss on first, here's 2nd and 14. Off the play fake, Hurts. Oh, he's going to be bottled up and taken down. They got him.
If you're going to take a sack, you just can't add to it by taking such a massive loss on top of it. Understand when the pocket breaks down, move up, cut your losses. Now, not only do you lose that down, but now you face a big uphill battle if you want to extend this drive.
So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. A shotgun snap now to Hurts. Oh, got him again the second time with a sack on this opening drive.
What did this defensive play caller tell us all week, Mike? They wanted to come out and set the tone of this game, dictate the terms of how this game would be played, and man, through the first drive here, boy, have they ever.
His kick is good! From 60 yards out, he's got the leg to knock it through. So 3-0 our score, and we are set for the dynamic kickoff. The dangerous Mecole Hardman on the return. Nice job on the return. He's down close to the 35-yard line. The Bison's offense and running back Najee Harris getting set to take over once more. We check out the NFL leaders in rushing touchdowns coming into this weekend, and you see he is currently 2nd in that category. On first down, Daniels. He finds Jaden Reed for the grab. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. They'll run it for the first time with Najee Harris. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield.
And a nice pickup there by the back with an explosive run play. And it's important to point out, Mike, his offensive play caller, he's still working off that opening script. It doesn't necessarily have to just be the first possession. Using formations, using run game and pass. Unmask the defense and understand where to take the play calling as the game unfolds. Every team makes an emphasis on winning first down, but as a defense, when you're able to take them back for a loss, second and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
And he'll take this ahead for a gain of about 5, and here comes third down. In motion, Reed. On third down, they'll throw with Daniels. To the outside, a catch made by Moore. And he's going to be taken down short of the marker, and that is going to set up an interesting fourth down decision. The tight end Moreau is in motion. He gets that complete as he hits Reed. And he will have that first down. Taking a chance here early in the game, but they convert on fourth down. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. And the reception for Chris Godwin. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
Every staff in the league that understands that we have to play a rookie quarterback, regardless of their talent, regardless of how high they were drafted. The ideal situation is to fill that huddle with as many veteran players as possible. The quarterback's going to be young. He's going to make some mistakes. The more veteran, talented guys around him, the easier it is to weather those mistakes.
Keep it in the air. Here's Daniels. He's got it inside the 5. And he'll take it on in. Dawson Knox. Touchdown, Bisons. It's his second touchdown of the year.
And this is what good offenses in the NFL do, Mike. It's the ability to bounce back, even if the onset of the game doesn't go exactly according to plan. Everybody wants to take their opening possession and go down there and come away with a touchdown. But it's not always going to be perfect. You turn it over on possession 1. What are you going to do in response on possession 2? Well, we just got our answer, and they took it down for 6.
Makes the score Bison 7, Condors 3.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. This taken at the 5. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. The Condors offense ready for their second possession. They trail by 4. A touchdown gives them the lead. Drive begins with 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Hurts. He'll get this to the veteran tight end, Noah Fant. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5.
At the 34-yard line.
We are through 1. It's a close game early on. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. On play action, here's Hurts. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end.
There's no more efficient play in the NFL, Mike, than the play-action passing game, and you can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice gain to his tight end.
Oh, the defense meets him in the backfield. They stopped him dead in his tracks and set up 4th down.
The idea here for this offense is you're not really thinking necessarily touchdown. You're thinking 1st down. Let's get a fresh set of downs here and reset. But in this case, they suffer a loss, and it brings up 4th down.
And he's going to be brought down after a short return, and that's where his team will get possession of the football. The Bison's offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. And they love to find different ways to get him the football. Look there. He comes into this week second in the NFL in receiving yards out of the backfield. On 1st and 10, here's Daniels. Strong. And he'll get about 8 on that one, most of it coming after the catch. It's 2nd down.
8 yards on the pickup. Brings up 2nd and 2 at the 32-yard line.
Working out of the gun, it's Daniels. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
That one on target to Moore. And the defense can't come up with a stop there. Gain of 7 and a 1st down.
And an Oklahoma City 1st down.
Daniels gonna throw again. That'll be taken in by Moore. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on 1st down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. On play action, Daniels. This one is caught by Reed. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line.
Those are the explosive pass plays that this team is going to continue to mine all day. And you can see pre-snap, the quarterback loved his matchup. He allowed his receiver to work downfield. Perfect throw, and now sets them up to try to see if they can finish this drive off with some points.
Throwing again, Daniel. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. Ball down to the 16-yard line, and it's 1st and 10. He's going to run out of the gun, and here's Harris. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down. 7-3 is the score. 2 minutes to play in the 1st half. Greg and I will be right back after this. On 2nd down, it's Daniels. Looking middle there, but it's incomplete. Chris Godwin, the receiver he was looking for. And 3rd down coming up. From the shotgun on 3rd down, Daniels. And he's in. Chris Godwin. Touchdown, Bisons.
Mike, we used to have a saying that it was the responsibility of the receiver to run the route through the eyes of the quarterback. And I think this is a great example here. 2 guys clearly on the same page. Quarterback expected his target to be in a certain place at a certain time. He's there, ball's delivered accurately. He's able to pick up the rest with his legs, and that's a big-time connection for the touchdown.
Makes the score Bisons 14, Condors 3.
Both teams ready to go once more as the kick's away. Now return coming from the 7. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The Condors offense back onto the field for their next possession. They trail now 14-3, so an 11-point deficit as they start things out with 1st and 10. That one downfield for Cooks. That's caught! And they will bring this into the red zone. Big connection inside the 20.
If you want to score points at a high level in the NFL, you have to generate explosive plays. And after that big chunk pass play, they find themselves now down there in the red zone, and this is where you have to finish drives.
They're at the 17-yard line now for 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, here's Hurts. A throw right side, gonna be taken in by McMillan. An enviable spot to operate from. Here's 2nd and inches. Now Hurts. That's caught. Derrick Henry. And he's going to lose yardage here, taken down back at the 8. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. Halftime is looming, so the athletic training staff going to get a chance to look him over during the break. Hurts now on 3rd and 2. Now a screen set up for Henry. And he's got the first down. A great job looking at engaging where the marker is and getting there to set up 1st and goal. Play action. Here's Hurts. Oh, in trouble. Down he goes.
I think the most frustrating element to all of this is when you look downfield, there's guys open. There's plays to be made downfield in the passing game, but quite frankly, the pass protection has just been so bad that they haven't been able to take advantage of any of it.
From all the way back at the 14 now. 2nd down and goal. Throwing is Hurts. Hook's able to pull that one in. And he gets this one down inside the 10, but it will set up 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal for Hurts. And he's going to run out of time. They get to him and bring him down.
By Preston Smith, a loss of 7 yards. It's 4th and
Now the offense will use their 3rd and final timeout as they stop it with 11 seconds remaining in this first half. Out comes Jake Bates to try a field goal here. This from extra point range, a 33-yard field goal attempt. He is 2 for 2. That kick is good. And the Condors cut the lead to 4. It's 10-6.
And that's a really nice boost here before the break. I mean, you work the clock well, you're able to steal some points. The biggest thing is you're able to build a little momentum now going into the locker room at halftime.
Here's 1st and 10. They do try to run it out as they start on the ground. 12 yards on the game. That's good for a quick 1st down.
The ability to be effective on 1st down, Mike, it just makes everything else easier. In the event you do have to face a 3rd down the road, they're usually a lot more manageable situations, a lot easier to convert.
On 1st down, right back to Harris. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play.
Okay, Mike, thanks very much. More from you and Greg in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where you see the final score there. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. These two teams making their way back out of their locker room, so that means we're just about set for the second half. And to bring it your way, we go back out to Mike and Greg.
Okay, Coach, thanks a bunch. We'll see which team's adjustment's going to pay dividends here. Likely going to play a big role in who wins this one. Here's Smith to return it. And he is stopped at 25. The drive will begin there. The Condors offense and Jalen Hurts getting set for their next possession. And he's used his legs to great effect this year, both when the pocket breaks down and by design, as you check out the league leaders in quarterback rushing yards. On first down, they'll start the drive with Henry. The hole closes quickly. He'll pick up about 3. 2nd and 7.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up 2nd and 7.
The tight end Fant in motion. Now Jalen Hurts on 2nd down. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one.
For any long developing play like that to work, everyone on the offensive side of the ball has to do their job at a high level. First, the pass protection has to hold up. Then, the receiver has to be able to separate from his man defender. And then, of course, the quarterback has to be on time and on target with the ball. And when you do, you move the chains.
And he'll be taken down.
What can I say, Mike? Good things happen when you get the ball to your tight end, but in all seriousness, think about what this guy has to handle in the passing game. Not only to be the possession guy, convert first downs underneath, but then have the ability to be the matchup to get downfield and be vertical in the passing game. There's not a lot of tight ends around the league that can do both, and when you have them, I don't blame the quarterback for looking his way.
Hurts. And this offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack.
If they win this game, this pass rush is going to be a big reason why. The 5 sacks speak for itself, but their ability to disrupt the timing of this offense, that can't be overstated.
And he will fight his way to the end zone. Jalen Hurts. Touchdown, Condor. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs can be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him, and in this case, he's able to capitalize and run it in himself.
And he will get in for the 2. They open up the bag of tricks on the goal line and add a pair of points. Following the completion, we'll get a stoppage here for an injured player. So back to level after the touchdown and time for the kickoff. Jamal Agnew now to return. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. The Bison's offense trotting back out for their first involvement of this second half. This one, everything we could have hoped for to this point. All even at 14. They'll start this drive with first down. Operating from the gun, it's Daniels. The open man is Reed. He's got it. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. Throwing on second down. Daniels. That's complete. Some more on the right side. They'll mark him down up at the 44-yard line. So they come to the line for first down and 10. They send Godwin in motion. Here comes the jet sweep. And he does not want to go down. Somehow he turned that into a gain of 6. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. The training staff going to look, and will step out for a moment. Daniels to throw on second down. And they'll get him down after a gain of 5, but that is enough for a first down.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. A really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
A nice throw by the rookie from LSU. And he's got his team a first down.
It's like a textbook, methodical, efficient NFL drive. 4 for 4 throwing the ball, mixing in some run. You're just marching the ball downfield at your will, and they get a fresh set of downs now to see if they can convert this nice drive into some points. Heck of an effort by this runner, Mike, just to get back to the line of scrimmage. I think most backs around the league, that play would have resulted in a loss, but not this guy. Continued to fight, continued to do everything he could to prevent the loss, but it still stopped for no gain.
They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
Here's the quarterback doing everything in his power to extend this play, and none of his guys could get open. You got to see someone separate, work with your quarterback, go into scramble second reaction mode, and let's also give some credit to the back end doing a nice job plastering with their assignment, and he had no choice but to throw it away. When you're willing to throw the ball short of the sticks on 3rd down, you know what that tells me, Mike? The decision to go for it on 4th down has already been made. If you're able to pick it up with yards after the catch, great. But if not, it's a 4th and short, and you give yourself a realistic shot of converting on this 4th down.
The Condors offense ready to take over once more. They'll try to establish some tempo as they start this one with 1st and 10. They'll start out on the ground with Henry. And he's fighting to get free. A lot of work there for a gain of 3.
He was taken down at the 22-yard line. A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7.
So, 3 quarters now in the books. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. They face 2nd down and 7. Now a toss, running left, it's Henry. Can he get away? No! He's going to be taken down behind the line. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. As the athletic training staff looks at him, we'll step away for a moment. Wow, an important one coming here. Tie game, late, and this is 3rd down. That is into the hands of McMillan. A gain there of 15. That's enough for a 1st down. They'll fake the give. Now it's Hurts. Off he goes. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45.
You know, Mike, I like everything about this play except the very end. You've already picked up good yardage. You've already picked up the 1st down. Now get down on the ground and protect yourself. There's no reason to take those shots.
On the ground, here's Henry. And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards.
He's across midfield to the 49-yard line. It's a gain of 5. Brings up 2nd and 5.
To throw on 2nd down is Hurts. A quick slant, looked in by Moore. And they'll whistle him down, but not before he picks up a 1st down after a gain of 7.
1st and 10 at the 42-yard line.
On play action, Hurts. This is intercepted. Picked off by Kareem Jackson. And he's going to be out of bounds, but quite a turn of events here. He has set up the offense with 1st and goal.
So often, Mike, defenders are just happy the ball ends up in his hands, but not this guy. I mean, the catch was one thing, but then the party really got started. I mean, look at this return. He gets one block. He gets another. He's got teammates springing him all over the field, and this offense is lucky this didn't go all the way back for a pick 6.
The Bice offense and Jaden Daniels ready to take over once more. And I want to take you through the highlights here. They have been plentiful from the quarterback position. Has the offense running at a high efficiency throughout, and we'll try to sustain it here down the stretch. Tie game, Fourth quarter, what a sequence looming here as we get to 1st and goal. To the end zone there, but it is incomplete. Jimmy Ward with the good coverage that time gets a hand in there. Off the play fake, here's Daniels. That's pulled in, Najee Harris. And he'll be taken down, let's call it the 7-yard line. And here comes 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal, it's Daniels. Under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him.
Sometimes you just have to know when the play is over and live to play another down. He has pressure coming right at him, and instead of just throwing the ball away, he tries to escape, he tries to get creative, and he ends up losing a lot more yards than he should have.
So now, a big spot coming here. This to grab a late lead. And this one, right down the middle. It's good. They move out front and take the lead here in the 4th quarter.
And this has been such a tight game, but that's a big one right there. I mean, you need a kicker with confidence. Well, this guy, he fits the bill. He steps up and knocks it through to give his guys a lead here in the 4th quarter.
And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. The home team's offense ready to take over possession of the football. This one has been tight so far. A field goal separating the two sides as this drive kicks off with 1st and 10. Now here's another ball that's intercepted. Picked off by Marshawn Lattimore. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
And at this point in the game, Mike, we all know one play can be the difference between winning and losing. And now after that poor throw, we'll see, can they capitalize on this extra possession that they just stole?
The visitors' offense ready to come back out for this next possession. They've got the lead, and they'll set forth trying to build on it. They're going to do that with excellent field position. A run with Harris. And that's the way you want to run it on 1st down. A gain of 7. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. Athletic training staff looking at him, so we'll step aside. Tight end going in motion here. They'll give it to Harris again. And he'll get it down to the 12. And that'll give him a new set of downs from in close.
A gain of 9 yards. 1st down.
So 2 minutes left to play in the 2nd half. We'll come back and finish this one off. After this, down at the 12, it's 1st and 10. Another run here with Harris. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one. They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Now it's Harris. And he's bottled up after a gain of a yard. Now after the run, we get a stoppage for an injured player. That is a worrisome development here late in the game. This crowd into it now as we get to 3rd down. They'll drop to throw. And he can't get away. Down he goes back at the 16. So now out comes the field goal unit in this pressure spot. This to stretch the lead to more than a field goal. And this one right down the middle. It's good. So it is still a one-score game, but a little more breathing room now. The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. Here's Smith to return it. And And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. The home team's offense ready to see what they can do. The deficit, 6 points. A touchdown here would be mighty nice for the offense. See what they can do on this drive. 1st and 10. Here's Henry. And that's good run support on the edge. Nice tackle out wide. That'll hold them to a gain of 2. Connecting with the tight end. That's Fant. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. On 1st down, it's Hurts. And that would be the dagger. It's intercepted. Picked off by Marshawn Lattimore. And his offense is going to be all set up with a short field and a chance to extend their lead.
And with time not on their side, they're trying to push the ball, generate some sort of chunk play by throwing the ball over the top of the defense. It's going to end up being a little bit too predictable. The defense is able to take the ball away, and barring something crazy happening, puts them in a prime position to close this one out.
The visitors' offense ready for this next possession. They'll have a short field, looking to build on the lead. Now this defense will use a 3rd and final timeout. Get the stoppage with just over 50 seconds to go in this one. Victory formation here as he's down to a knee. So it's a win for our visitors. They bounced back from the loss last week, really put in a determined effort, and will come away with the victory. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. With that, we say so long, everyone.
It's week 8 of the 2024 season. And coming up, we'll see Derek Carr. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Caps and the Shamrocks, next on Madden Football.
As the sun starts to set, we're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. Kate Scott and Brock Hewitt here with you once again. Is this week going to be a step in the right direction for one of our teams? We've got Brock, both of whom haven't played the type of ball early in the season that they want. Both coming into this one below 500.
And you and I both know we're not math majors, but we do know this. You stay below 500 in this league, well, you're going to be headed to the top of next spring's NFL draft order. We're not to that point yet, but whoever comes out short here will find themselves a whole lot closer to it.
Will Reichert has it all teed up. And we're off from Columbus. Washington now to return. And it's a nice return here. They'll tackle him shy of the 35. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. And they're brought out by the 16-year pro, rebounded from an injury last season, Matthew Stafford.
Stafford just continues to fight off injuries, and he continues to battle father time. And it is remarkable. There's a lot of quarterbacks as we see him age. We see the arm fall apart. We see the wear in the tear and the velocity disappear. You're just not seeing that with Stafford. You can question how long the journey may continue, but you cannot question how productive he is when he's on that field.
Stafford from the gun. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Just couldn't get it to Marvin Harrison Jr. there. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long. They kick the running back in motion. Throwing is Stafford on 3rd. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back them up and bring up 4th down.
Every defense in this league is going to sign up for a 3-and-out to begin a ball game. But to send him off the field, to really add that extra tone setter by backing him up with a sack, well, that's the cherry on top of that 3-and-out.
So Rigoberto Sanchez, the man who will send this flying on 4th down. He was only needed twice in last week's win, and he gets this one away. Starts the return at the 34. And he gets his guys a few yards before they bring him down on the return. So here's their offense now to take over for the first time. Leading them out in year 11. He's played 15 or more games every season in the league. A real Iron Man, Derek Carr.
And Kate, you don't have to look beyond his performance last week as really a root cause of their loss. I'm not saying the only cause. Others certainly had a hand in it too. But you aren't winning a lot of games in this league or any league if you turn it over 3 times without a touchdown to counteract them. A lot of room for him to improve this week.
Give him an even 10 yards on the play. And that'll be a 1st down.
That's good for A.
They'll run here with Tajay Spears. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. First down, ball at the 36. They're going to stay on the ground with Spears. They'll cobble together a yard there. Micah McFadden able to make the play. Manages just a yard on 1st down. Now it's going to be 2nd and 9. From the shotgun, Carr. That's a catch. Jackson Smith and Jigba. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They have themselves another 1st and 10. From the red zone now. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Running back sent in motion. Back to the air. Carr. This one's caught. And that play is brought to a halt, they're going to say, at the 5-yard line.
You know what I love to say? You never go broke taking a profit, and you often gain profits when you use your eyes as a quarterback. Those hitch routes, those underneath throws, oftentimes.
And in for the touchdown. He finds one of his great receivers, Brock, and they are off to a great start to begin this ball game.
Yeah, it's such a positive offensively when you can go find not just a field goal, but a touchdown on that opening drive. And defensively, this starts to shake the foundation of your preparation and makes you wonder what's in store.
Now it's Will Reichert on for the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Caps will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Here's Reichert set to kick this away. Washington now to return. He's stopped on the return at the 27. Their offense headed back out for its second drive of the contest. And they haven't gotten very far into their opening script yet, have they? Just a 3-and-out to begin this game. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Working from the gun, here's Stafford. Into the hands of Pitts. And he's caught after a gain of about 2. Drew Tranquil brings him to the ground. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. From the 28. He throws a bullet to the set. He's got it deep downfield. And they get there to take him down right around the 41. That one hits for 30. And they're going to have a 1st down.
Just about every offense since the beginning of time, since the forward pass, Kate, has loved a tight end that could stretch the middle of the field. Man, I remember as a kid watching Kellen Winslow Sr. dice up right here between the hashes, and what a difference it can make for an offense.
Stafford now on 1st down. Taken in by Harrison. And they bring him down around the 34.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Seeing some early game planning at work here, Brock. They were quick to attack that throw and break it up.
Yeah, this defense knows the importance this offense places on throwing the ball to their tight ends, and they were ready for it and all over it.
And the defense was ready. They got him at the line. Just short on 3rd down, no gain on the run, and now what will they do on 4th?
That's one of those plays, Kate, as an offense, it just sticks with you a little bit. It bothers you that you just can't convert on a very manageable down and distance. And on the other side, it sure gives you some confidence defensively to get off the field.
And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And it's dropped back down now to a 4-point game.
I know we see these kickers make kicks from this distance all the time, but it never ceases to be impressive. Everything's on the dot, and it's a big 3 points.
This return makes it up to the 25. So here comes this offense for its second series of the game. And so far, they've executed exactly how they drew it up, Brock. Early lead, no points allowed, and a chance now to seize control of the game on their second possession.
And Kate, generally, offenses love to script their first 10 to 15 plays. Well, this entire game script is playing out just the way they want to.
An alert play defensively there. He got a hand on it to tip it away, and that makes it 2nd down.
It's now 2nd and 10 at the 25-yard line.
Pressure coming for Carr. Completed over the middle. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
From a great throw to a nice route and catch to moving the chains, there wasn't a whole lot not to like about that amazing play.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Carr here from the gun. Gets this to Kincaid. A 19-yard pickup, and that's going to move the chains.
Good offenses Okay, good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted him. They wanted him on a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, but then go to work after.
And we will not get another play. That's going to do it for the first quarter. Neither side separating much so far. Back with more of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. We're back, and we'll join this drive already in progress to begin quarter two. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. It's on the turf, the ball's out, he lost it. And no turnover, it's going to stay with the offense.
We all saw the brief moment of full-on panic between the ball coming out and him getting back on it. The impressive part is he kept his composure while it was still loose. One mistake didn't become two, and he cleaned it up before any defenders could.
And they bring him down. Looks like he got it to the 27. It's a gain of 4 there, and it sets up 1st down. They run once more with Spears. He's contained at the line for no gain. That stop made by Derek Brown. No progress on 1st down, and that'll bring up 2nd and 10. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. His quick throw knocked away, incomplete.
Well, I'll tell you what that deflection is all about is following the quarterback's eyes. DB knew where that throw was going. With that intuition, he's able to get a hand on it and send it right out of bounds.
He's got the hook up to Atwell. And he's brought down at the 17-yard line. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that gives them the 1st.
I know the Combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the Combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. But that was the epitome of courage to make that in cut and make the catch.
Shotgun handoff now for Spears. And his effort results in maybe 2 yards, but nothing more.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
Now the shotgun give to Spears. And he got what he could there, only to the 14. 1 yard on the run, so just 3 yards across those last 2 carries. It's 3rd and 7. Now Carr. Got a man, Spears has it. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
To this day, I can still see the faces of the big guys in the huddle. When you call a screen like that, instead of them just getting knocked backwards, they get to be salesmen. They get to push those linemen downfield and then tee off and go hit somebody like they did right there.
Finds Kincaid.
Sometimes when you're just looking to move it forward, get some small yards on a throw, quarterback's best friend, security blanket. And when it's a big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
That brings us to the 2-minute warning here in Columbus. The Caps with the football. Ball still at the 3 as they get set for 2nd and goal. Davis will not challenge for the end zone. He loses a bunch here. Now after the run, we see he's visibly shaken up. Team medical staffers headed over to take a look. Buckle up, it's 3rd and goal. Now they send their back in motion right. And as that one falls incomplete, all eyes shifting to the flag that was thrown. If it's defensive, we've got a 1st down here. He got too aggressive to try and stop that play, and they tag him for pass interference. Running it after the penalty. And he runs into a wall there. Multiple defenders ready to stop him cold at the line. It's 2nd and goal. Looking to throw, Carr. Toward the side of the end zone, but that one's incomplete. Thought he had a touchdown there. And now they're left with 3rd and goal. Spears. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss. The defense calls a timeout. That's their first. Will Reichert now to try the field goal. A very short kick here from the right hash. Smith able to put it through and add 3 to their lead as it extends to 7.
That's the type of long, sustained drive that takes some of the starch out of your opponent. The only negative is that the kicking team is out there for a field goal and not an extra point. But they do come away with 3.
Washington now to return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. This offense making its way back out now. Trailing, but there's enough time, Brock, that they could get a scoring drive to attack that here before the break. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Stafford. He'll get this complete to Pitts. He gets forward, and that's about 4 yards. Like his dad before him, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. on the tackle. From the 33 on 2nd down. That's going to be caught by Everett. And he's brought down after a short gain. Stafford now on 3rd down. Complete beyond the marker. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that 1st down play. Throwing now on 1st down, Stafford. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. Working quickly here. Looking to throw. And that's incomplete with 7 seconds left. Time for 1, maybe 2 more snaps. So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. He'll throw it. And he just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, that means 4th down coming up.
This is why we hear about closing speed so often when you evaluate players. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released and alter that throw.
He puts some power on a deep one left. That's grabbed inside the 30. And he does quite a bit of damage before they finally take him down. So we've reached halftime with the Caps holding the advantage here in Columbus. Now we'll get you down to Orlando, where Jonathan Coachman is waiting to deliver the EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. And then lastly, on Monday Night Football, those fans will be riled up as it'll be a good matchup between their guys and what equates to be a very tough opponent. We saw a strong first half from the veteran quarterback, Derek Carr. He has a touchdown pass, and that amounted to the only touchdown of the game for either team thus far. These two teams heading out of the tunnel. We're ready to get back to it. For the call of the second half, here is the great Kate T. Scott.
Sanchez has
Kate?
it all set for the kickoff. That's going to be taken in at the 8. He stopped on the return at the 27. So their offense will have it first to begin quarter number 3. And it has been all about these defenses so far, Brock. Even into the second half, we're still waiting for one of these offenses to take charge.
Yeah, what you're feeling, these defenses are making every yard tough, every first down tough, every series tough. And offensively, yeah, it's time to toughen up and maybe more importantly, sharpen up. This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
All right, here we go. Second down. From the shotgun, Carr. This is hauled in by Atwell. And he's downed after getting this up to the 41. That's 16 on the pickup. And it'll give him a first down.
First down. First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Carr back to throw. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Back to the air. Carr. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No connection on the last play, and now it's third down. Throwing again, it's Carr. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line.
I call this quarterback's best friend. Some call it a safety valve, some call it automatic, but it's sure nice as a quarterback when you got a trusty running back over the middle of the field that you can depend on.
Their offense ready to take the field now. And their defense sure has kept this game close. Now it's time for them to come through, get some points for their team in this low-scoring affair. On first down, here's Stafford. Into the hands of Pitts. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line.
The goal of running that drag route is to get it to him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. They picked up a good chunk, and there was nearly room to add even more.
From the 28, Pitts brings it in. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
I'm sure coach, a play caller, doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
They send a man in motion. Stafford now on first down. Gets this one to Harrison. The defenders are there to get him at the line. Minka Fitzpatrick in on the stop. Second and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Now Stafford again. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. Third down coming up.
That sure ended up being worst-case scenario. Pass rush just kept coming and bearing down. And he was looking for an escape that wasn't there. Just one of those plays in hindsight, Kate, where you really got to understand, I got to cut bait, cut my losses, and avoid such a negative play.
So not an enviable spot here as they come up on third and very long. They kick the running back in motion. Third and long now for Stafford. He lays out over the middle to bring that one in.
You know, I often say there is a fine line between aggressiveness and carelessness. And when you throw into double coverage, well, it can go either way. That time, a tremendous catch by his receiver on the other end.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. And there was nobody down there to get it. Punt hit at the 7, but continues on into the end zone for a touchback. The Caps sending their offense and Tajay Spears out there. And his performance has ailed against what has been a very stout defensive front. This hasn't been a contest to stack up there among his better showings, partner. They've made it real difficult to find any holes to hit, and there's been absolutely no space for him to work with. Throwing on first down, it's Carr. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. You go middle of the field against zone coverage, Brock. You know this firsthand. You are throwing into rush hour, and there aren't a lot of easy completions to be found in that part of the field.
Yeah, and a lot of those throws, Kate, you're signing your guy up to take some sort of hit. It's on you to protect your guys. Credit that defense for flying around and making the play.
Here we go, third and less than a yard. Spears trying this straight ahead. And he's caught behind the line for a loss. The rookie from Clemson in on that stop.
You felt it the second this play bounced toward the outside, this defense responded. They pounced. That was their chance to get to him before he could get the couple inches he needed for a first down.
Here's the Caps punt team now. And he wants to hit his second effort just as well as he hit his first. He broke 50 on his first punt and looks to have done the same here. And a fair catch made without incident just inside the 25. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Shotgun handoff now to Cook. And he sneaks this through the middle, maybe a gain of 2. Well, the defense is really buckled down. That was a scoreless third quarter for us. It's still just a one-score game as we resume play in the 4th. Eight yards to go. Let's see how they approach this second down. Working from the gun. Here's Stafford. He's got this complete to James Cook. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Stafford from the gun. This finds Mitchell complete. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. They got 24 yards on the play. And they'll have first down.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of third downs just like that.
Ball on the 45, 1st and 10. Throwing from the pistol, Stafford. Completed to his running back. And this one does not go far.
Kid, I don't know why every once in a while I'll get these little flashbacks, but a little play like that just flashes me back to the preseason, my first preseason. When one of the veteran QBs said, hey, Brock, whatever you do, just find completions. You will never go broke taking a profit. Go get a completion. They're at a premium in this league. The goal of that little drag route is to get him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. That picked up a good chunk, and it was nearly a big play.
Now the shotgun give to Cook. And he's able to get this to the 32 before going down. That goes as a 4-yard pickup, and it gets him a first down.
Win the early battle. Get a little leverage. Low man wins off the line, and that's all that was needed to ensure that first down right there.
Motioning left is their running back. Shotgun snap to Stafford. He'll get this complete to Pitts. And he gets this down to the 13-yard line. Give him 18 yards on that play, Brock, and it gets him a first down.
I love throwing on first down. And when you see a first down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you planned for, and you go out and execute.
Up to the line, and they're set. 1st and 10. Cook trying this one up the gut. And he only manages one. Couple of defenders there to bring him down. They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. To throw, Stafford. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. When we look back at this one, Brock, it is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark, really, from the first snap through this second half. There have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered. That's why that scoreboard's not been lit up. And this is why scouts talk about a player's closing speed, Kate. You know, once he senses the pressure, he's getting rid of that ball. It takes a player who can close quickly to get to him before it's released. And that sure altered the throw.
That's incomplete on fourth down, and they'll turn over possession. Prior to first down, they decide to call a timeout. Carr here from the gun. And they got there in time. He's taken down. Offense to the line for second down. Davis gets it from the gun. And he found some running room for a nice gain. So after the 2-minute warning, another stoppage here. The defense is calling time. 1:55 to go. Looking to throw. That's caught for the first. Still going inside the 35. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. Things looking totally different after that last play. It's 1st and 10 inside the opposing 30. Spears running behind center. And he'll come up with a gain of 3 on the run up the middle. The defense takes its third and final timeout. That's all they had, so the offense free to start running the clock down now. Here's Spears on the carry. Gets to space right side. And finally, they catch up to him at the 11. They gain 14 on the play. And it'll give them a first down. Victory formation here. Looks like they're going to take a knee on first down. With the win in hands, they'll take the knee, let this clock run out.
There's still some time to bleed off the clock, but the important factor is that the defense is helpless to stop it. You could just run that clock down as far as you're able and take off every single second. Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot, and now you can enjoy the victory.
So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And it still shows up as a victory for them, Brock, whether they score 50 or they have a rough day putting points on the board. So for Brock Heward, our incredible crew, everybody here at EA Sports, I'm Kate Scott signing off. We'll see you next time. It's a win for the Caps, and we'll see you next time from Columbus.
It's week 8 of the National Football League. We'll see the dynamic Justin Fields. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. It's the Redwoods and the Elks, and it comes your way next on Madden NFL 25.
As the sun starts to set, we're going to see how much light is left by the end of this early evening game here on the NFL on EA Sports. Joined by a former NFL quarterback up in the booth, Mr. Brock Heward. I'm Kate Scott. And Brock, you can brag if you'd like to, because I know you had quite the big arm in your days with the Huskies and the Seahawks in Seattle. Well, we've got a couple of quarterbacks here who also know how to push that football down the field. Yeah,
you got a couple QBs who are going to keep these defenses honest today, because the moment they get greedy in coverage and get too aggressive in the pocket, either of these quarterbacks can drop a dime, drop a deep throw right over him for big yardage, and maybe 6 points too.
Ball is teed up. Chase McLaughlin to do the honors. And away we go from Oakland. Ty Chandler to return. Good looking return here, and he's got room. And he showed some burst on that return, getting them all the way to their own 40. So out comes their offense for its first possession in the game. Bringing him out to #1 pick in 2015, a former league leader in passing, it's Jameis Winston.
Simply put, there's not a throw on the field he's not capable of making. His arm can reach every blade of grass, which as a defender is an absolute pain to have to worry about down in and down out. And as an offense, it energizes you for the possibility of a big play at any time. This is one of those plays that I wish we had the huddle mic'd up, Kate, because I can assure you that offensive line in their own way is telling that running back, sorry, we did not give you any chance.
That's into the hands of Moore. And that will not be enough for a first down. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Shotgun handoff to Akers. And the defense was ready. They got him at the line. Stop for no gain on the play, and that'll bring up 4th and 2.
Stopped right at the line, but might as well have been a loss of yards as far as the offense is concerned. It's always humbling when you try force versus force, and the defense wins out.
4th down, and on comes the punt team, and the kick's away. And that hit at the 5, but got the bounce it needed to reach the end zone for a touchback. So here's their offense, taking over for the first time here. And bringing them out, a 4th-year quarterback and capable dual-threat producer from Ohio State's Justin Fields.
There's still lots of people around the NFL that believe that Justin Fields' best football's in front of them. Major believers of him as an upper-tier quarterback. And the reason why, Kate, is he's got physical traits that are just unique and different. He can run it like a running back, and he can spin a football as well. In fact, that running ability is some of the best in the game. But just continuing to build and refine his game as a passer between the tackles, that will be the key to the longevity of his career.
Pass taken in by Lockett. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32. It's a gain of 4. And that'll give him a first down. Fields out of the gun. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Out of the shotgun, Fields. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
Fields on 3rd. Caught him deep behind the line. Oh, the ball is out! And it's a turnover. The defense has it.
You know, Kate, defenders today are taught, don't just go get the sack. Go get the sack and the fumble. It's become an art form. Making that strip sack, and that play was a masterpiece.
Here comes their offense out again. And they haven't gotten their legs under them on offense just yet, Brock. 3 plays and a punt on their opening drive. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. Throwing now, following the turnover. Complete. It's Akers.
Well, there was never a play in any playbook I ever saw designed for a lost yardage play when you throw the ball. But if there's any solace, at least it was 1st down. A couple more chances to make up for it.
That's complete. Here's Brown. And they have this down to the 11 before being marked down. 3rd and just 2 to go. We give inside to Akers. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
You know, I'm not sure what else could have been done there, Kate. Just the right call defensively to come up with a 3rd and short stop.
Cam Little now to attempt this field goal. High percentage look for him here from the left hash. The kick by Shudak is good. And that's going to get them on the scoreboard.
I never saw a play script that ended with a field goal. It was always a touchdown that you wanted. But that's 3 points, and it's enough to give them the lead.
Kickoff taken at the 3. Finds some space. He's past the 30. Some good work on that return. Brock gets this up to the 33. The Redwoods are headed back out on offense as we get a look at Christian McCaffrey. And he has just shredded NFL defenses so far this season. You can see he's sitting 2nd right now across the league in rushing yards. On the ground to begin the drive with McCaffrey. Breaks the tackle. Green grass ahead. 30. Gets the 10. And he's all the way home. Touchdown, Vegas. The Redwoods need only 1 to take the lead. Christian McCaffrey, the touchdown. Wow, just sensational speed from the back that time, Brock. He found a seam, got through it, and he was gone.
You know, it's one thing, Kate, to have singles hitters, right? And you love those, and you appreciate guys that can get on base. But it's the home run hitters that are the difference makers, and what a big-time effort.
McLaughlin's extra point is up and good. And the Redwoods take a 4-point lead. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. Brings in the kick at the 9. He's stopped on the return at the 27. Their offense running back out now. And it's far from the first time we're seeing this unit head out, Brock. But what we haven't seen so far in this opening half, well, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
No, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
Quick throw, right side, complete to start this drive. And he's going to go out of bounds. Looks a little short of the 35. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Winston looking to throw. This will be caught by Akers. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down.
That's a defense's goal, right, Kate? Just get us to 3rd down so we can have a chance to get off the field. And that was a good adjustment on that stop in particular, when the back ended up being the target, and they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the defense comes through to back him up ahead of 4th down.
Sometimes I wish everybody could feel what that feels like. When you're a QB and you just feel the air in the pocket getting sucked out and you know there's no escape, it can be just one heck of a deflating feeling. Not for that defense who puts a sack on the board.
So once again, J.K. Scott out to punt it away. And this will be his 2nd effort of the contest. This is away, and once again, he's caught all of it. And before that return amounts to much, they bring him down. The Redwoods returning their offense and this running back to the field. And he has run roughshod over them in this opening half. Pretty sure this is the exact kind of start that he was hoping to have here. 1st and 10 now from the 30. Play action, Fields. Bails out of the pocket. Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
At the 24-yard line.
Another try following the sack. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And it brings up 3rd down.
Brings up 3rd down and 15.
Shotgun snap to Fields. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the defense comes through. That's going to back him up and bring up 4th down.
And it just keeps coming, Kate. It just keeps coming. This defense relentless in this first half. 3rd time. Now this quarterback's got to pick himself off the turf. When they get in that locker room at halftime, it's going to be a quick one. I think the whole message is going to be, how do we protect our quarterback? Because if you can't do that, this offense can't get started.
And the coverage team is there as he fields it, so almost nothing on that return before he stopped. That one an impressive 57-yard kick. And they're going to take over possession. Here's Akers up the middle. And he'll get it up to the 44. It's a 4-yard pickup, and that's going to bring up 2nd and 6. Off the play fake, he'll throw. And he's going to be brought down at the 35-yard line. It's a gain of 21 yards to pick up that 1st down.
You know, I'm really not sure if that was an intentionally brave play to challenge double coverage or just simply not seeing the 2 defenders. Either way, what a tremendous throw and catch that earns some momentum.
They're set up at the 35 now. From the gun, here's Akers. And he's able to take this one down to the 25.
Well, that doesn't net a 1st down. You get yards like that in the run game, you will take it in the NFL.
They send the tight end in motion. From the 25 on 2nd down. And his perfect start is over. And that's the first one of his throws to wind up incomplete. Pass didn't work on 2nd. Let's see how that affects this 3rd down. A give to Akers. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
That is your old school meat and potatoes call right there. Don't even think about throwing it. Just rush it ahead, get what you need.
A new set of downs forthcoming. It's 1st and 10. Once again, it's Akers. A flag's down as he stops. Looks like this one's on the offense. So now, partner, got to reevaluate what to do on this next snap because the holding call pushes him back quite a ways. Winston to throw it. He's got it near the 10. And he goes down, so they're set up with a nice 1st and goal as we've reached our 2-minute warning.
At the 8-yard line.
Working inside the red zone. That's incomplete, trying to set up the screen there.
That play right there, Kate, that just goes to show you, you can't take any completion for granted. Even some of the shortest passes in the game plan.
To throw, here's Winston. Catch is made in close. And he'll go down shy of the end zone. They mark him at the 4. So now, here's 3rd and goal. Here's Winston. Escapes the pocket. And he's able to get it to the 2 before the stop. The defense calls a timeout, so that's their first. 3 plays haven't gotten it done. Now a 4th to try to reach that end zone. Winston now. Has it in close. And the defense gets there to force a small loss. And he will not get there. They stop him on 4th and goal. What a stand to force that turnover on downs.
You know, these 4th down plays are all about trust. You lean into what you do best. Unfortunately, with the lack of execution, you're going to throw that one off the playlist.
Another drive coming up for this offense. And this close to their end zone, they have got to be careful, but still enough time that they could mount something of a drive here before the half. They'll start this one on the ground with McCaffrey. And they bring him down here at about the 13-yard line.
I got to really rack my brain, Kate, to remember a play, a run in this league that nice that doesn't end up getting an offensive first down. He did all he could to will this drive forward.
Fields throwing here. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
Look up contested catch in the football dictionary, and you'll see that. I mean, I can't critique the defense there. They're in the hip pocket of that tight end. But these contested catches, these tight ends that can separate with their hands, utilize their body, even when you're covered, you're not.
So that's halftime now. The Redwoods enjoying the lead here in Oakland. Now we'll go coast to coast. Jonathan Coachman standing by in our Orlando studios for the EA Sports Halftime Report. Take it away, Coach.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. More from you and Brock in a moment. But first, time for a look around the NFL to see what's going on here and what's already been an eventful afternoon of football. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where you see the final score there. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the second quarter. We saw the former All-Pro Christian McCaffrey up to his old tricks in that first half. He wound up finding the end zone on a touchdown run to help give his guys the advantage here at the break. With that, the two squads are headed out of the tunnel. So let's get you back out to Kay Scott and Brock Heward.
Thanks so much for the look around the league, Coach. But now it's time to turn our attention back to this one as we begin the third quarter. Fielded at the 7. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. Their offense taking the field now for the opening drive in the second half. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Now Fields. That throw finds Komet. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It's a gain of 21 yards to pick up that first down.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. A lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
First down throw for Fields. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete. So after the incompletion, here comes the second down call. They'll start the second half with McCaffrey. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. They get about 4 there, need a little more than that now on 3rd and 6.
Brings up 3rd and 6.
Now it's Fields. That's caught for the first. There it is, touchdown Las Vegas. The Redwoods grow the lead coming out of halftime. Devontae Adams, the touchdown. So sensational work by the skill man there, Brock. Anytime you can make your quarterback look that good, you know he appreciates it.
That's a quarterback's best friend, no question. But on the other side, gosh, defensively, You got to get that skill player down. Period. End of story. You can't give up that much yards after catch.
McLaughlin tacks on the extra point. And the Redwoods drive their lead to 11. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. His return starts at the 5. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. Now this offense ready to head back out. It's a 14-3 ball game as they take over following the score. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Winston. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. Amon-Ra St. Brown, the intended receiver. And that'll bring up 2nd down. Throwing is Winston. Short pass brought in. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. 3rd and 4 coming up now. Here's Winston to the air. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through to back them up ahead of 4th down.
Even from the booth, Kate, I could hear it. I could hear that front 7 telling the guys on the back end, hey, all I need is a couple seconds of lockdown from you guys, and I'm going to get to this QB. You promise that you deliver? And that's exactly what they did, wasted no time in getting that sack.
And he can't evade the coverage team for much. They stop him before he gets really anything on that return. The Redwoods and Devontae Adams getting set for another look here. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. And that last drive, no answer for what they were doing through the air. So expect some tighter coverage this time around. He can run it.
Tick, 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 tick. You know, his internal clock right there told him it was time to escape, and good thing he listened to it. He was able to make something out of nothing and at least move them forward.
Hands it to the receiver here in motion. Oh, look at this sweep. And he's brought down for a loss.
Hey, look, in the right situation, you catch a team off guard. Well, this could be a tremendous play for some big yards. But in the wrong situation, you get hit in the mouth right behind the line of scrimmage.
That's caught in stride by McCaffrey. And he'll get it up to the 44. Big gain, 14 on the play. And that'll be a 1st down.
Okay, I know exactly what's going to happen. I've seen it once, I've seen it 100 times. Next week on the practice field, this running back's going to say, see, I'm not just a running back. I can play receiver. And you receivers, you couldn't do my job, but I just showed you I could do yours.
From the 44-yard line now, 1st and 10. They'll try it right with McCaffrey. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Perception and reality, Kate. The perception out there from the public is edge rushers are defined by their sacks. The reality in the locker room and in the huddle is you could be defined by your relentlessness. And his motor never stopped. Helped him track it down for a loss on the outside.
And he's tackled after getting this to the opposing 46. 12 yards on that play, and a good call nets him the 1st. New set of downs for him from the 46. On 1st and 10, it's McCaffrey. Juke the defender. No one around. He's got space. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. Give him 24 on that play. And they're going to have a 1st down. Man in motion here. On 1st and 10, it's Fields. Getting out to his left. Now he takes it. And he'll go down. Looks like they're marking him at the 11. Pickup of 12 on that play. And it sets up 1st down. 3 quarters in the books from this one. This one not out of reach quite yet, but it is a 2-score game to begin the 4th. They're now set for 1st and 10. He's got it on the bootleg. That's Thomas. He's got it. And this one doesn't go far.
Just stay on schedule. Just stay on schedule, right? SOS. Bad thing on a ship. Good thing on a football field. Even a little completion keeps this offense on schedule.
On second down, here's McCaffrey. And he runs this one in for the touchdown. The Redwoods make it a 3-score game in the fourth. Christian McCaffrey, the touchdown. It's what every player who scores a touchdown wants to do, Brock. He wants to get right back there and put another 6 on the board.
I've never met an NFL player content with one end zone trip in a game.
Nope.
Yeah, if you're content, you're not making it to this league. You get one, you're instantly thinking of another, and the fortunate few are able to actually deliver on it.
That one splits the uprights. And the Redwoods push their lead to 18. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. Chandler now on the return. Oh, he's showing some burst on this return. His return reaches that 34-yard line before he stopped. Now outruns their offense to take over. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. Here's 1st and 10 from the 34. Winston looking to throw. It is cut left side. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. 2nd and 6 coming up here. From the 38. Fights off the pressure. And like an empty wrapper, he just throws that one away. Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. They bring a tight end in motion right. They'll throw on 3rd and long. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
It's a gain of 10.
Football on that 47-yard line, 1st down. Throwing it again here. Completes this one to Gray. And he'll have it down to the 44-yard line.
That can be a hopeless feeling when you fire a curl route right into zone coverage perfectly like that. Unless that curl happens to be right next to where one of your guys is sitting, that pass can hum in there and there's nothing this defense can do.
And he's brought down after pushing to that 35-yard line. He'll throw it yet again. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And this is down to the 28 before the defense halts it. 2nd and 3. Completed over the middle. And they stop him. He's marked down along that 18-yard line. Offense up to the line fast. 1st down from the red zone. Hauled in by Gray. And he's brought down a little short. No, actually they do give him the 10-yard line. We're down to the 2-minute warning here in Oakland. Elks hoping to make it look a little better before time runs out. After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. They are throwing it again. He's got it. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Signals, and looks like we've got a timeout before that 1st down play. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. They'll break the huddle and come up on 1st and goal. They'll throw it again. And he rips this one out and over the back of the end zone, incomplete.
Just something off in the rhythm of their passing game on that one, Kate. Time to recalibrate and keep throwing it to get back on track.
Still sticking with the passing game. Almost had 6, but can't find him in the end zone. Incomplete. Tough to blame him for that drop, Rock. Even if it would have been a touchdown, that was a great effort defensively, timing that hit, keeping them from hitting the end zone.
Reaction and burst. You get in the red zone defensively, you'll hear it all the time. You cannot wait.
And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. They've got to keep moving quick here. Here he goes. Got to have this on 4th down. Catch is made in close. And he will not get there. They stop him on 4th and goal. What a stand to force that turnover on downs.
Hey, I get it's already over, but go down swinging. Unfortunately, that play, like so many of them today, Kate, has been pretty indicative of how this contest has gone.
The home teams back out on offense. Their running back headed out once again. And I think we can agree the plan to keep him out of the end zone, it hasn't quite worked so well for this defense, at least not yet. He scored twice, really been the one his group can turn to for a spark or a big play when they've needed it. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Trying an inside give now with McCaffrey. And he scampers ahead and gets 2 on the carry.
This close to your own goal line, they really don't want to risk a sack. That means, well, one option, run it and buy whatever breathing room you can.
Back to McCaffrey on 2nd down. And he got it real close, but stopped just about a yard or so shy of that 1st down. Looking at a tough spot to punt it away if this 3rd down is unsuccessful. So something to be proud of, Brock, as they come away with a win. And they draw first blood against a division rival. They'll go on the road later this year with a chance at completing that season sweep. Well, that'll do it for us, for Brock Heward and our entire hard-working crew. I'm Kate Scott. This has been the NFL on EA Sports. It's a win for the Redwoods as we say so long from Oakland.
It's the NFL on EA Sports. And coming up, we'll see Dak Prescott. He's going to have to air it out plenty this week. Hold on tight. We're in for an exciting one on Monday night.
We've all waited long enough to get here. It's time for some football as we welcome you to the NFL on EA Sports. We are in store for a great game today, everyone. Kate Scott and Brock Heward, along for the ride on this one. We love these kind of games, Brock, and that's because we got a pair of teams who both gotten off to good starts this season. They find themselves with winning records as we now work our way through the front half of this schedule.
Yeah, we try to be pros, and every game, right, is a big game, but when you have teams that have gotten up to these starts, we know these are both playoff caliber teams. They look that way right now. And this is also a measuring stick game, and a great one where you don't have the consequences of lose and go home. Just a wonderful test for you.
Just about halfway through the season now. Still a lot of ball to be played as we're off in Week 8. Starting from the 5. And a decent return ends as they bring him down inside the 30. So here comes their offense for its opening drive. They're brought out by a former first-rounder now in his 4th NFL season from Alabama, Mac Jones.
A bit of an uneventful outing individually last week, Kate. A touchdown and a pick for him, but the lasting memory, well, there's no question about it. Walking off that field with the loss, that stings. No doubt he feels he could have done more to prevent that result, so expect to see a motivated individual taking snaps here this week.
And he has enough room to gain about 4.
You know, that's a good run right there. Keep the offense on schedule. If he can average that type of yards per carry, this guy's going to be more than all right with letting him lead the show.
From the shotgun, it's Jones. Andrews with the catch. And he'll get it out to the 34 before he's tracked down. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Play fake, Jones. Looking right, and he finds him. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
As a quarterback, when you throw that curl route, you know it's a tight window, Kate, but the minute that DB turns and can't react to the throw, you put it right on your receiver's numbers. He comes back and gets it and moves the sticks.
1st and 10, ball set up at the 48. They'll give this up the middle to ETN. And he drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. It was the rookie from LSU that time on the tackle. 2nd down now, 7 to go. Working from the gun, here's Jones. Has him on the quick hitter. This is ahead for about 5. Tre'Davious White there on the stop. Short yardage situation here, it's 3rd and 2. Operating from the gun, it's Jones. Short pass brought in. And that short gain is enough for a new set of downs.
Move the chains! Gotta move them chains! Build momentum and keep that defense on its heels.
Here's 1st and 10 from the 42 as this opening drive continues. He's got Andrews. And he'll be brought down at about the 29. It's a gain of 12 there. And that gives them the 1st. Again, Jones to the air. And a man is there to knock that away. That was Zay Flowers, the intended receiver. So 2nd down coming up. Out of the gun, a give to ETN. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
Ooh, I like that. I really like that execution to move the chains. Now that 3rd down call that they had ready, well, they could stick it right back in their pocket for a later occasion.
Going to the ground again on 1st. And he gets a few on the plunge forward.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later.
And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
That's got to be so frustrating for the runner. You're fighting the good fight. You even ripped through a tackle to stay afloat, but the blocking can't buy you enough time or room to even get back to the line of scrimmage.
This one intended for the running back. And they're going to be stuck with a 4th and long.
Well, that's one you chalk up to the pressure earning that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target, hit him, altered that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
The kick by Gano is good. And the opening drive of the game ends in 3 points.
You always feel like you leave a few points on the field when you kick it from here, but they don't wind up empty-handed on the drive. And the kicker, he gets to pad his stats a little bit with the high percentage make.
This one's fielded at the 4-yard line. And this drive will start inside the 25. So out comes their offense for its first possession of the game. Bringing him out, coming off one of his best seasons as a pro, an MVP runner-up finish in year number 9, Dak Prescott.
A win is a win for him, whether he goes for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, Kate, or maybe he just finds the end zone once like last week. And being the team-first guy he is, he'd be more than happy to end the game with just 1 touchdown pass, or maybe even no touchdown passes, so long as they get the win in the end.
Give him 4 that time, so 6 to go on 2nd down.
4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
Prescott here from the gun. Sharp there to haul it in. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. Tackled there by Jerome Baker. That's the end of our first quarter. 3 more to go still on Monday night. Just a field goal separates these two. We'll return with more NFL action right after this. Welcome back. We're all set to start the second. Offense already out to resume its drive. They'll be set up with 3rd and only 1. He has the first over the middle. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
New set of downs for him at the 38. On 1st down, they'll run. And they'll bundle this up after a 4-yard gain. Amani Hooker with the tackle. Solid 4-yard gain there, and now they've got 2nd and 6 coming up.
It's now 2nd and 6 at the 42-yard line.
From the 42. Nothing there left side as it ends up incomplete.
Well, you certainly want those throws to be automatic. Every team, if you're going to be efficient, you got to hit those passes in the short to intermediate zone to effectively move the ball in this league.
Completed to his running back. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter. But they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that and being stopped short of the sticks.
Punter takes the field on 4th down, and he sends this one flying. And that's going to pin them as deep as it can go. They're going to be set up inside their own 5-yard line. The Dragons and Mac Jones ready to take over once more. And we're getting a look at the leaders in passing touchdowns this season here, where you will find his name among the top 5 right now in the NFL. Here's ETN to begin the drive. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot. We'll get a stoppage now. Looks like we have someone banged up after that run in need of some attention. The drive picks up here, 1st and 10. ETN again. And he found some running room for a nice gain. Give him 9 yards. He almost moved the chains there. It's going to be 2nd and 1. Throwing here, Jones. His pass is complete. That's Zay Flowers. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs. New set of downs for him at the 38. Here's ETN on 1st down. And not a lot of room for him as he's brought down. Only gets a yard there to make it 2nd and 9. Now Jones. finding Flowers. And a nice gain here, but it stopped short of the first. Third down, 1 yard to go. From the gun, ETN gets it. And he's going to go down right along the midfield stripe. 3 yards there and enough to move the chains. Started a little slow, but we've arrived at the 2-minute warning. He brings the offense up now for a 1st and 10. They go right back to ETN. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs.
You call that 1st down running play. You don't always expect to get those kind of yards. They'll take that every single time.
1st down throw by Jones. Connection made, Travis Etienne. And he'll have a small 4-yard chunk there. Tackled on the play by Marlon Humphrey.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on 1st down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
Looking slant route complete. And he's tackled with the 1st down yardage.
You know, it sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap 1st down.
They'll keep this drive moving and come to the line for 1st and 10. Jones. ETN on the catch. And they bring him down at the 18-yard line.
These intermediate gains, that's the wheelhouse for these two to connect on. Start the series off well. It sure keeps the defense on its toes in case they try to load up and just simply cover the receivers.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. He'll throw it yet again. Caught by Flowers. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. Still on the move, coming to the line for 1st and 10. Pressure comes, Jones. And this time they're going to get there, and they drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up. Now a timeout taken by the offense, and we're going to see if they try for 2 plays here or just try the field goal right now. Field goal unit out there on 2nd down as they try for 3 here before halftime. He hit his first one. His second one's coming from inside of 40. The kick by Gano is good. And another field goal makes it 6-0 for him.
Okay, one of the areas that kickers and quarterbacks are similar, they want to get into rhythm, and no better way to feel good and get into that rhythm and start a game 2 for 2 as a kicker.
They'll bring it out from a couple yards deep. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. Probably looking at our final snap of the half here on 1st down. He takes a knee, and that's going to run out the final couple seconds of half number 1. So we've reached the end of 2, and it's the visiting Dragons out in front. Now we'll send you south to our Orlando studios for the EA Sports Halftime Report with Jonathan Coachman.
Okay, Kate, thanks very much. And welcome in, everyone. This is the EA Sports Halftime Report. So let's get you caught up on what's going on around the National Football League. We'll start out west in the capital city of Sacramento, California, where it was definitely a game with some intrigue, as you can see by the scoreline. Isaiah Pacheco, a touchdown run in the victory. Next, we head off to check out another game, and you can see they are scoreless as they play the 2nd quarter. Lastly, let's check on one final game for you. And you can see they are scoreless as they play the 2nd quarter. Both these teams making their way out of the tunnel, and we're ready for the 2nd half. And for the call, we send it back to Kate Scott and the other blonde bomber, Brock Heward.
As always, a hat tip to Coach for his hard work during the break, as we're happy to welcome y'all back for the start of our 3rd quarter. It's all lined up, Folk ready to send this one flying. He fields it from the 8. They'll have decent field position to begin with here, Brock. He's tackled just beyond that 30-yard line. got first down from the 31. Out of the shotgun, they'll give it to him inside. And they sent it straight ahead, but the front stops him after a gain of 3.
Well, Kate, that's a quick hitter to the big guy, and that's what you normally expect to see out of it. Not a huge gain, just picking up a little bit before they stall him out.
Flushed out of the... trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop him. And that pushes him back. Third down coming up.
Kate, I've seen a one-step drop. I've seen a 3, a 5, a 7. Some of the boots and play actions get more depth, but a 20-step drop? That's not going to cut it. Except for this defense, it just adds a whole bunch of negative yards to that play.
Let's see what they went with on third down. Dak now from the gun. He rolls to his right. He'll make a bid for it on the ground. 3rd and 18 kills most drives, right? But they find an opening and hit it to pick up the first.
Obviously, a defense wants to take away all the reads and prevent any kind of big throw for the first down. Fine. Well, this QB, he'll just lower his head and gash the defense with one of the biggest runs of the game.
Dak off the play fake. And this throw's knocked away, incomplete.
And you ask a lot of your defenders on that field. It is not easy to play defense in today's NFL. Not only stay in their assignment's hip pocket, but to make plays on the ball as it arrives. He was challenged with an intermediate throw, and he swatted it away with ease.
Give him 3 that time. That's going to bring up 3rd and 7.
That's a gain of 3. It's 3rd and 7.
Working out of the gun, it's Prescott. Bateman hauls it in. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them a first down.
They'll head up 1st and 10 from the 42. Play action, Prescott. He puts everything behind this one. And that's going to be knocked away, incomplete. That one vehemently swatted away. So that brings up 2nd down. Throwing again is Dak. He's got it over the middle. And he'll be brought down at about the 29. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first. First down, here's Dak. Hauled in left side. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets them up with 1st and goal.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only 1? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
This offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. They'll try and punch it in. And they'll make this stop after a small push to the 5. Now after the run, we see some trainers headed out for an injured player who was shaken up. 2nd and goal coming up, 5 yards to the end zone. They're running again. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. It's a gain of 3. That leaves him only a yard shy on 3rd and goal.
Now 3rd and goal.
Oh, fullback's got it. Look at the power. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. They get 1 yard, but nothing more. It's 4th and goal.
I know they had bigger visions when they called that play. This is one of those spots, Kate, where when a defense is dialed in, especially in the red zone, it's very tough to surprise them with anything.
Tucker's kick is up and good. And that cuts the lead in half, down to 3.
In that close, kicks have to be automatic. That won't stop the head coach, though, from holding his breath for a couple seconds until he sees it's up and good.
Set to return this, Trey Palmer. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. The Dragons, down running back Travis Etienne, trotting back out to the field. And their last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. On first down, it's Jones to throw. That's taken in by Etienne. And he'll go down, and we'll say right at the 39-yard line. And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. Operating from the gun, it's Jones. Gets this one to Andrews. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. Give him 30 yards on that one. And it'll give him a 1st down. Only 1 quarter remains in our final game of the week. That's the end of the 3rd. It's just a field goal game right now as we get set for our final quarter. They've got 1st down from the 31. From the shotgun, it's Jones. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
You know what I call that, Kate? Punch. And you took a punch, but then you countered right back. You give up a big play, massive play, but you don't hang your head. You come right back, you get a sack of your own, and you change the momentum as quickly as you can.
Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Man in motion, headed right. On 2nd down, it's Etienne. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
This offense may want to try and disguise their run a little bit. I don't know if it's the old lineman's stance. I don't know if it's a cadence. I don't know what it is, but after 2 straight plays going backwards, this defense is all over it.
Finds Mims. And they get this down roughly to the 34-yard line.
Well, there's a time to be a little finessey with the football, put a little touch on it, and then there's time to put your arm into it and let it eat. Throw it right through your target's chest. This one, well, that one right there was the latter. Smart to make a fastball zing in before anyone could undercut the curl route. So after that make, a field goal won't cost them a lead, but a touchdown still ties it, or likely probably puts them down a point. Okay, this is one of those moments where the defense now has clarity. They know what the stakes are and what they have to defend.
Here's White on the return. And he's going to make this to the 28 before going down. The offense headed back to the field. They managed 3 on their last drive, but down inside the red zone, disappointing not to come away with a touchdown. Here's Prescott, 1st and 10. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Just couldn't hang on through the contact. And now they face 2nd down. From the gun is Prescott. Gets this to Bateman. And he'll get it up to the 44. 16 yards on the play. And they'll have 1st down.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted, and he got it going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
Motioning him from the slot right. They'll run here on 1st down. And he drives that front backward on a gain of 4. Second and 6 coming up here. Prescott here from the gun. A quick throw is swatted away, incomplete.
I'll tell you what, Kate, that's a really nice play in coverage. That linebacker looking like a cornerback on that play. Perhaps those cover guys could take some notes on how to stay in position, and most importantly, swap.
Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back them up and bring up 4th down.
As we're into the 4th quarter, we know this. We know that money down could not be any more important than right now. Both sides are certainly fatigued. You feel it in both their play. But battling through what's been a physical contest all game long, going to be the key here down the stretch.
That one hits at the 6, but can't check up. It gets into the end zone for a touchback. This offense getting all set for this series. And they'll have a little momentum as they take the field here after their kicker drilled a deep one to end their last drive with points. Inside handoff goes to Etienne. It is charged towards the line. That's right around 3 yards.
Hey, not a bad play by any means, but there's room for more, and they know it.
It's the 2-minute warning from Memphis. Dragons up by 6. Second down now, 7 to go. Now a carry by Etienne. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting brought down. Chance to move the chains here on 3rd and 4. Back to throw. He has the first over the middle. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. Now we get another stoppage here. Just 1:52 remaining. The defense burns a timeout. They've got first down from the 31. Now a give. It's Etienne headed left. And as they bring him down, let's check the penalty flag.
Holding offense.
Well, partner, they say there's holding on every play. You just got to look for it, right? That time, though, we did not have to look too hard. Running it after the penalty. And he's brought down for a loss. The defense takes its 3rd and final timeout as they'll meet and decide what to do on this 2nd down. It's an option to the left side, and he's caught behind the line for a loss.
This coordinator tried to show some trust and belief in his offense. A run after a negative run? Well, you lose a lot of equity and belief in that coordinator. I don't think he's going to try a 3rd run after back-to-back negative losses.
Short side option here. He's running left. And he'll go down after fighting his way to the 32.
Had to be a missed assignment somewhere on that play, and the QB capitalizes with an excellent gain. There's got to be an adjustment made, so even when the QB keeps it himself on the read option, that gain is minimized.
Punt team on, and they'll send this one away. And he'll get under this one and make the fair catch at the 19-yard line. So no return on that punt. And it's going to be their football coming up. Setting up to pass. And he just gets rid of it. Knew he had a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on 1st down. No dice on that prior pass. Here's 2nd down. Here he is to throw. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up. Here he is to throw. Buys time, rolling right. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks. So hard work rewarded as they take a well-earned win in this one. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. So that's it for us here. Brock Heward, our crew, I'm Kate Scott. This has been the NFL on EA Sports. The Dragons emerge as winners, as with that, we sign off from Memphis.